Hello, people. So tomorrow morning I have a stream with the Byzantine Scotist, who was raised in a conservative Jewish home. He converted to Eastern Orthodoxy, I believe, or Eastern Orthodox Christianity, and now he is a Catholic apologist. And he's done some interesting stuff on Twitter, which made me invite him on, including an explication of Maimonides chapter 11 of Kings and Wars, which, I mean, anytime you do that, you got my attention. If anybody's interested in jumping on, so I am thinking, since Father Eric has vacated this time slot, I might try to pick it up for my Bible study. I want to go back to doing Bible study, and anybody who saw um, I just found it funny that we grew up at the same time, and you listened to a lot of Rush Limbaugh, as did I. I would be interested in talking to you if you want to jump on. I found the whole discussion kind of interesting, although not too interesting. I mean, it was pretty normal for our type of stuff. I would actually be much more interested in hearing you talk with Justin from Archangels, who he also came from a oneness background, and he's still very involved in oneness communities, but he is Eastern Orthodox, very Eastern Orthodox. I think that would be interesting. My Bible studies, for anyone who remembers my Bible studies back when I had Bible studies, we would start with the Bible, but we would talk about just about anything. So one particular person who shall not be named, completely understandable, was wondering what I was going to talk with the Byzantine Scotus. I believe his name is Gideon. What does he go by? He goes by Gideon Lazar. I think that's his real name. I think that is his actual name. Yeah, I think that's his real life name is Gideon Lazar. Gideon. Was wondering what I would be talking to him about. There are obviously lots of possibilities, but I always go back to one of my favorite paintings, and the Hebrew on top of there. I was generally just thinking I'm going to be using a lot of. Yes, there is something wrong with Jacob's sound. Jacob has not been having his microphone anywhere near his mouth, which would make it hard for you to hear me. Hopefully that makes it better. Let me just make sure. Can you guys hear me? That should be good. Okay. Yeah, when I don't have the microphone anywhere near me, that's what happens. Wow, there's a bunch of people listening. Okay, so he who shall not be named was there were a couple of Twitter threads that I had that I had recently engaged with Gideon on, which those were possible discussions. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to. So this particular question, how can you be bound to a covenant you never agreed to, meaning the new covenant? So in terms of how the Jewish people could be, I mean, this is a deep question from a deep person. In every covenant in the Hebrew Bible, the two parties agreed to the terms, and since the Jews rejected Jesus, not sure what you mean, Sam. I'm not sure what you mean. Dawn says jumpy and scratchy. Am I still jumpy and scratchy? Hopefully I am less jumpy and scratchy. Okay. Although, Sam, let me go ahead and actually write you an email so that you have my email. Here is my email, so you have it if you like. Okay. Where were we? We were talking about me and the Byzantine Scotist. So the various here, let's make this bigger. Discussions which I have been having with Gideon. So he says, so somebody named Magister Johannes, no idea who that person is, the Summa Theologica, the Talmud of Catholics. So Gideon responded, well, quoted that and said, the church fathers in Catholicism is really the closest analogy to the Talmud in Judaism. I actually was wondering if possibly the canons of the various ecumenical councils might not be closer to the Talmud, but even that, I would say, is not really. If the Christians had bothered to maintain a tradition of maintaining the arguments of their councils, a transcript of the arguments, and viewing the capacity to argue in a similar manner as an important skill, then that would be closer to Talmudics. Talmud is a hermeneutic. It's not a result. And I think that's where Christianity really fails to understand Talmud, what it means, what Talmud Torah means. And that's why they have such a hard time understanding what Jesus was doing. Anyway, so there was a thing. Oh, somebody said something stupid about the Jews killing Jesus. He says, tweets like yours remind me why mass literacy was a mistake. If you cannot apply a basic reasoning skills to an analogy, you should not be allowed to engage in any intellectual discussions. Which, I mean, the dumbest people on earth tend to be anti-Semites, but I responded, you are talking to people who believe deicide is a possibility. Obviously, they don't have a rigorous analysis of anything. And he says, well, it is possible because of the communication of idioms. Christ was able to be killed because of his human nature, but since he is a divine person, we can properly say God was killed. And my response was, to say that sentence, which I will not even repeat, is to deny God. If the Jews killed your lowercase g God, then they did you a favor. And I mean, I honestly believe this. The idea that God can be killed is blasphemous in its very conception. Also, well, this was my response to his initial thing, which was, honestly, there is no comparison. Christianity from its roots did not understand the nature of Jewish debate, which is why Christianity abandoned Jesus completely. And that's what reminded me of Nicaea, and I wanted to go through the canons of Nicaea, which I think very clearly show how Christianity turned its back on Israel, Jesus, God, and Christianity itself at Nicaea, which we'll do soon enough. But so Gideon says, scholastic theology is all about debates, right? So in a sense, like Magister Johannes, like he's proving him right, I guess, because I mean, the scholastic tradition really, as far as I know, I'm no church historian, I am no great historian of scholasticism, but as I have been told, which may be popular heresy, I don't know, Thomas Aquinas was the father of scholasticism. And I said, scholastic theology developed how many thousands of years after Christianity? So that's two pieces of engagement with him on what you'll call it. Where were we? You mentioned, Justin. Okay, I will. Yes. Okay. You are not derailing the stream. There is no possibility of derailing streams when it comes to me. Justin, Justin. Hey, Justin. Thought you might want to speak to this gentleman who is also from a oneness background. And let me send him the discussion you had with Sam Tiedemann. It's Sam Tiedemann. Yes, Archangels Media. The guy's name is Justin, and he has a cool beard. He does at that. They did you a favor, classic Jacob. The Catena Bible is literally the Talmud for real, for real. I have no idea what the Catena Bible is. Spicy one tonight. The hermeneutic point is well put, by the way. Thank you. But we are mostly, so far tonight, we've been reprising Jacob's greatest hits. Okay, back to Nicaea. Okay, so Emperor Constantine to all churches concerning the date of Easter. Apparently, this is found in various works. Should I read the preamble? I will read the preamble. One of the subjects discussed at the Council of Nicaea was resolving differences in dating the annual celebration of Easter. The council settled on the dating practiced by Rome and Alexandria. Constantine, in this letter, commends the decision of the churches for implementation. The letter was probably sent out within a few months of the closing of the council. This letter can also be accessed in Table 6 of our ancient descriptions of the Council of Nicaea documents. The Greek text below is that of F. Wilkeman, Eusebius Verka, I hope I said that right, über das Leben des Kaisers Konstantin. How's my German? The English translation was adapted by Aaron West from the Socrates translation of Xenos. Okay, so there you go. And it's under the Creative Commons. Okay. Constantine Augustus to the churches. The great grace of God's power has constantly been increasing. This is true, as is evident in the general prosperity of the empire. Okay? I therefore decided to make it my aim above all else that one faith, sincere love, and unvarying devotion to Almighty God be maintained among the most blessed assemblies of the Catholic Church. Amen. Sounds good so far. Not going to last, unfortunately. But I perceived that this could only be established firmly and permanently when all of the bishops, or at least the greatest part, were convened in the same place for a council where they could discuss every point of our most holy religion. That doesn't seem like a bad idea to me. So we assembled as many as possible, and I myself, this is the emperor, was also present as one of you. God have mercy on our souls. Constantine was not a good man. I looked up the dates. He got baptized about 10 years afterwards. After the Council of Nicaea, he is a saint in the Eastern Orthodox Church and in the Eastern Catholic Church, but not in the Western Catholic Church, apparently. So which is funny and interesting. But Constantine as a saint, well, as Father Stephen likes to say, the Eastern Orthodox count Constantine as a saint not because of how he lived, but because of how he died. And he did, in fact, get baptized before he died because he was apparently convinced that it left less possibility that he would sin after he was baptized before he died. So he wanted to kind of like, it's kind of like how you might wait to take a shower right before your date because you're afraid, what might happen between your date and your shower type thing, which should tell you how he viewed baptism, which honestly should tell you not the greatest theologian in the world. But there we go. But yeah, here we go. For I will not deny that I especially rejoice in that I am your fellow servant, despite not being baptized. All points were then minutely investigated until a decision was brought to light which was found acceptable to him who is the inspector of all things. God? Or does he mean himself? And brought a unified agreement, leaving nothing which could cause dissension or controversy in matters of faith. Now, if you pay attention to the Nicene Creed and the Trinity, you will see that Christians have been murdering each other, and to my surprise, have been murdering each other far more than they've been murdering Jews over this concept of the Trinity, because it is obviously something of Satan. But there we go. Leaving nothing which could cause dissension or controversy in matters of faith. Yeah, sure about that, Constantine? You sure about that? But here's where he becomes spicy. At the council, we also considered the issue of our holiest day, Easter, and it was determined by common consent that everyone, everywhere, should celebrate it on one and the same day. I hate to let you know, but Easter is not, in fact, celebrated by all Christians on the same day, which should tell you something. For what can be more appropriate, or what a more solemn, than that this feast from which we have received the hope of immortality should be kept by all without variation, using the same order and a clear arrangement. Yeah, made you think twice about whether you actually have received the hope of immortality or not. And in the first place, it seemed very unworthy for us to keep this most sacred feast following the custom of the Jews. Really? Why? A people who have soiled their hands in a most terrible outrage. Interesting. And have thus polluted their souls. Tell me more, unbaptized murderer Constantine. And are now deservedly blind. Tell me more, unbaptized murderer Constantine. Since we have cast aside their way of calculating the date of the festival, we can ensure that future generations can celebrate this observance at the most accurate time, which we have kept from the first day of the Passion until the present time. Interesting. What does he mean, which we have kept from the first day of the Passion until the present time? Okay. Therefore, having nothing in common with that most hostile people, the Jews. Yeah, I'm going to ask about the Byzantine Scotus about that one. Nothing in common with that most hostile people, the Jews. We have received another way from the Savior, which reminds me of my favorite thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Where were we? Catena Bible is just a Bible app that has a couple of commentaries of various church fathers linked to verses that the passage referenced. From what I can tell, that is different than the Talmud. Yeah, it's kind of like the opposite of the Talmud. Okay. Alexandria based. Not so sure about that. For real. Roman Catholics forgot. His baptism was not supposed to be deathbed. He planned to get baptized in the Jordan River, but was redirected due to war and got sick before he could make it there. Okay, well, in any case, it was a nice 10 years after he wrote this letter. But they still venerate his mother. Get out of jail free card. Yeah, I think that's much of what he meant, but okay. Of Satan. Yeah, I mean, yeah, not the first time I've said that. Jacob Calendarman Federecci. Who did Constantine murder? Like lots of people? Constantine was not a good guy, from everything I've seen. Yeah. There seems to have been accusations that one of his sons committed adultery with his wife. Because John Mark wrote most of the New Testament and obviously got the date of Easter right and passed it to the Alexandrian Church, who the Roman Catholics copied, and the Saint Emperor Constantine gloriously propagated. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I started early, Sandy. But you didn't miss much. You never do. Okay, where were we? We were reading that most illustrious Christian who wasn't baptized for another 10 years, and a saint in some churches Constantine. Therefore, we have nothing in common with that most hostile people, the Jews. We have received another way from the Savior. I have some news for you, Mr. Constantine. Jesus said one of my favorite lines: salvation is of the Jews, for we know what we worship and you don't. In our holy religion, we have set before us a course which is both valid and accurate. I would say it's neither. Let us unanimously pursue this. Let us, most honored brothers, withdraw ourselves from that detestable association. Yeah, withdraw yourself, you may. I think it was a mistake. But God will tell. It is truly most absurd for them to boast that we are incapable of rightly observing these things without their instruction. The fact is, it is still true that Christians are incapable of rightly observing their religion at all without the instruction of the Jews. That's just a plain fact that you can tell by the fact that Christians only know what their Bible, the Hebrew Bible is, by the testimony of the scribes and Pharisees. And if you really think it's so absurd, what do you think of, I believe it's Matthew 23, when Jesus says that the scribes and Pharisees sit in the seat of Moses? Who's he calling absurd? Okay, on what subject are they competent to form a correct judgment? Who, after that murder of their Lord and patricide, lost their senses and are led not by any rational motive, but by an uncontrollable impulsiveness to wherever their innate fury may drive them. Interesting saint you have here. This is why, even in this matter, they do not perceive the truth, so that they constantly err in the utmost degree, and will celebrate the feast of Passover a second time in the same year instead of making a suitable correction. Now, first question becomes, is he talking about second Passover? I hope not, because the Bible tells us to observe second Passover. So, if I don't know if that's what he is ignorantly referring to. What more likely, hopefully, he was referring to is the second day of Passover, which was and continues to be observed by Jewish communities outside the land of Israel. And we do that because of the safek, because of the doubt there is in which day of the month, right, has been sanctified, right? Even so, the custom was, and this was the custom during Second Temple period, that the Sanhedrin sitting in the temple would declare the new moon, and those places which were too far away from Jerusalem. So at all times, since Rosh Hashanah is on the first of the month, right? Rosh Hashanah has always been observed as 2 days everywhere. The holidays which happen later, Shavuot, which is the earliest one, is on the 6th of the month, although it's 49 days and then the next day of the Sabbath, which is the Passover. So that depends on Passover. Passover and the Festival of Booths are on the 15th of the month, right? And so those places which were too far away to receive notice of the date that was set as the first of the month for Nisan and Tishrei would still to this day keep 2 days. There are some people, we won't go there, whatever, okay. But if he's referring to this second day, I would actually say that really it's the opposite of what he says. And I think this is a major point between Christianity and Judaism, right? I point to all the ways in which Christianity, and this happened in the discussion between Rabbi Blumenthal and Dr. Brown, I point to all of the ways that Christianity fails to maintain its integrity. And people say, well, I mean, it's not like 100% of all Jews are unanimous, et cetera, right? But there's a qualitative difference, which is Jeremiah 31, right? Jeremiah 31, which is where Christians claim their new covenant comes from, right? Where Jeremiah 31 verse 32, right? So Hine Yamim Baim Neum Hashem V'Charati Et Brit Et Beit Israel Et Beit Yehuda Brit Chadasha, a new covenant, right? And this is what Christians refer to. This is the biblical basis of this Brit Chadasha, of this new covenant, right? Lo kavrit asher karati et avotam biyom hechziki biyadam lahotziam me'eretz Mitzrayim asher hema heferu et briti v'anochi ba'alti bam ne'um Hashem ki zot habrit. This is the covenant asher ekrot et Beit Israel acharei hayamim hahem ne'um Hashem. This is the covenant. Natati et Torati bekirbam. I will put my heart within their midst. Ve'al libam, and upon their hearts. Echtavena, I will write it. Ve'hayiti lahem le'elokim. Ve'hema yihu li la'am. And I will be their God, and they will be my people. And this is the important part. V'lo yelamdu od ish et re'ehu ve'ish et achiv le'emor de'u et Hashem. And no longer shall a man teach his neighbor or a man teach his brother, saying, "Know God." Ki chulam yed'u oti l'mektan anam va'ad gedolam. Because all of them will know me, from the least to the greatest. Ne'um Hashem ki eslach la'avonam l'chatatam lo eskar od. Because I will forgive their sins and their mistakes I will remember no longer. Well, this is the problem. We as Jews believe that we live in a time we live in a time when things are not clear. It's not debate preparation. I'm not going to be debating him, but it's kind of preparation for things I anticipate that we will be talking about. And I like to stream these things so that he has a chance to know what I'm going to say. Although I don't know if he'll have time to watch this, but I don't like surprising people. I don't believe in surprising people. And if he had asked, I would have done earlier, and he's been listening to my channel, so I mean, it's around. Where were we? Missed Emperor. One of Constantine's father's titles was a Redditor. Well, at least we can all agree on the greatness of the angels. Innate fury. This guy sounds nuts. Aside from being a monstrous jerk, yeah. I mean, what can I tell you? I think they're gonna finish First Samuel soon. Anyway, where were we? Whatever you want to say about Jacob, he offers a fun delivery while still being very interesting and sharing an informative perspective on Judaism. Why, thank you. JF going on the YouTube faith debate circuit would be wildin'. I don't believe in debates. I don't really wouldn't be doing the debate thing. I've never been on the debates, or yeah. It's a facts and logic rumble, yeah. What is the topic tonight? Why the Constantine topic? I have a stream tomorrow with a Jewish apostate and Catholic evangelist. That's the same person. Yeah, if I came up with a third title for him, I could say he's a trinity of a single person. Okay, back to our good friend Constantine. Where were we? On what subject are they competent to form a correct judgment, who after that murder of their lord and patricide lost their senses and are led not by any rational motive but an uncontrollable impulsiveness to wherever their innate fury may drive them? This is why even in this matter they do not perceive the truth, so that they constantly err in the utmost degree, and will celebrate the feast of Passover a second time in the same year instead of making a suitable correction. Yeah, we are living in exile. We are living in a time when the Messiah has not manifested. We are living in a time of doubt. And the fact is, Christianity likes to live in a quantum state where they all things to all people. The Messiah has come, the Messiah has not come. Schrodinger's Messiah is a good way of describing Jesus. He is both dead and alive, both the Messiah and not the Messiah, both here and not here, both man and God. Schrodinger's Messiah, I didn't come up with that. Somebody else mentioned it, but it fits. Okay, 6. Why then should we follow the example of those who are acknowledged to be infected with serious error? Surely we should never allow Easter to be kept twice in one and the same year, although it is. But even if these considerations were not laid before you, you should still be careful, both by diligence and prayer, that your pure souls should have nothing in common, or even seem to do so, with the customs of men so utterly depraved. Interesting. This should also be considered. In a matter so important and of such a religious significance, the slightest disagreement is most irreverent. I mean, that's your Saint Constantine. For our Savior left us only one day to be observed in remembrance of our deliverance, which makes me wonder, if it's really one day a year, should you really be having communion every week, every day? But yeah, that is the day of his most holy passion. I'm guessing by holy passion, they mean the resurrection, not the... I thought passion usually referred to the crucifixion, but what do I know? He also wished his Catholic Church to be one. Well, that died a long time ago. The members of which are still cared for by one Spirit, that is by the will of God, however much they may be scattered in various places. Let the good sense consistent with your sacred character consider how grievous and inappropriate it is that on the same days some should be observing fasts while others are celebrating feasts, and after the days of Easter some should celebrate festivities and enjoyments while others submit to appointed fastings. For this reason, divine providence directed that we put into effect an appropriate correction and establish uniformity of practice, as I suppose you are all aware. Well, sorry to tell ya, but Pascha and Easter don't necessarily fall on the same Sunday every year. So first, it was desirable to change the situation so that we have nothing in common with that nation of father killers who slew their Lord. Yeah. Second, the order which is observed by all the churches of the western, southern, and northern parts, and by some also in the eastern, is quite suitable. Therefore, at the current time, we all thought it was proper that you, intelligent as you are, would also cheerfully accept that what is observed with such a general unanimity of sentiment in the city of Rome, throughout Italy, Africa, all Egypt, Spain, France, Britain, Libya, the whole of Greece, and the diocese of Asia, Pontus, and Cilicia. I pledged myself that this solution would satisfy you after you carefully examined it, especially as I considered that not only are the majority of congregations located in the places just mentioned, but also that we all have a most sacred obligation to unite in desiring whatever common sense seems to demand, and what has no association with the perjury of the Jews. Yeah, this is your saint. But to sum up matters briefly, it was determined by common consent that the most holy festival of Easter should be solemnized on one and the same day, for it is not at all decent that there should be in such a sacred, serious matter any difference. It is quite commendable to adopt this option, which has nothing to do with any strange errors, nor deviates from what is right. Since these things are consistent, gladly receive this heavenly and truly divine command, for whatever is done in the sacred assemblies of the bishops can be traced to the divine will. Therefore, once you have demonstrated the things which have been prescribed to all our beloved brothers, it would be good for you to make public the above written statements, and to accept the reasoning which has proved itself to be sound, and to establish this observance of the most holy day. In this way, when I arrive to check on your condition, which I have desired earnestly for some time, I will be able to celebrate the sacred festival with you on one and the same day, and will rejoice with you for all things, as I see that through our efforts, divine power is frustrating Satan's cruelty, and that your faith peace and unity are flourishing everywhere. May God preserve you, beloved brethren. So that's the letter of Constantine, which, he is who he is. Do you think that you and Gideon will chat about metaphysics, like divine simplicity? I have no idea what we'll talk about. I have not watched too much of his material. I'm willing to talk about whatever he wants to talk about. One of the things I probably will bring up is this idea that Jesus said, if you believed in Moses, you would believe in me. And since you do not believe in Moses, how could you believe me? And I think it's pretty obvious who believes in Moses and who doesn't. And that's why I think Jesus was clearly prophesying in a way that Christians would have, like, as the greatest hit I will probably be playing, which is why we're doing this, is Christianity turned its back on the Jews, Jesus, Moses, God, and everything good at Nicaea. And I mean, if this letter isn't a good way of explaining it, I don't know what to tell you. Christianity is better when not in charge of the earthly kingdom. Yeah, I would agree. Okay, this guy's really bugging me now. Yeah, not a huge fan of Constantine. If this guy you're talking to tomorrow shows up with a text where a rabbi talks shit about Christians, doesn't matter. Well, I mean, we're probably definitely going to be discussing chapter 11 of the Laws of Kings and War by Maimonides, and I don't know what else from Maimonides. I'm perfectly willing to talk about the stuff where rabbis talk shit about Christians. The thing is, like, I'll tell the story of my cousin Susie again. So, some 50 years ago, my cousin Susie, being a little girl, was on a train with her parents, and it was a long train ride. There was another little girl there. The two of them started playing with each other, and somehow the topic, I mean, they may have mentioned church or whatever, somehow the topic came up, and Susie said, "We're Jewish." And the other girl started crying, ran to her mother and said, "She killed Jesus, she killed Jesus." And Susie similarly started crying and denying very fervently that she had killed Jesus. This is, I mean, like, Christianity, I think it's Chosen People Ministries, which had a they have a lot of testimonials from Jews who converted to Christianity, and one of them was a Jew who said that in reading the Christian Bible, she assumed it was a manual on how to persecute Jews, how to hate Jews. And to some extent it is. I mean, I would say the current text of hey, Sam, when is this discussion? It's already scheduled tomorrow morning. Jewish apostate destroyed with facts and not logic. I am going to put the link in the chat again, just in case Sam and his 4 kids, you are up to 4 these days, aren't you? Want to jump on. when Jacob knows more about the Council of Nicaea than the Trinitarians. Ah, that's what you meant. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, don't most people know more about the Council of Nicaea than Trinitarians? Doesn't anybody who's studied anything about Nicaea? Okay. Hey, Mark. Yeah, I didn't think Sam could join, but it would have been nice. Yeah, this is why there is no Christianity, and Orthodox, Anglos, and Catholics shouldn't allow Protestants to include themselves in the same group. Well, the guy I'm talking about to tomorrow is actually Catholic. I disagree. SD and JF. Who's SD? Sam? Sam? Which Sam? Sam Tiedemann? You mean? Okay. Christendom, however, on its way out, brought about the most freedom, prosperity, and intellectual exploration. Things go wrong, and they have, but show me better. Look, I mean, we are definitely going to be going over this text tomorrow, I'm guessing, since he did a nice long exposition on Twitter. So, Laws of Kings and Wars. There we go. Chapter 11, starting at 6. Okay. Even Jesus, the Christian, who it seems that he would be the Messiah and was killed in court. Daniel has already prophesied about him, as it is said, and the violent men of your people will be lifted up to fulfill the vision, and they will be failed. And is there a greater failure than this? All of the prophets spoke of the Messiah, the Redeemer of Israel and their Savior, and the gatherer of the captives and the strengthener of the mitzvot. But this one caused Jews to be lost by the sword, and for their remnants to be scattered and humbled, and to change the Torah, and for the majority of the world to do wrong by worshiping a God other than God. I mean, I don't necessarily agree. I think Christianity, in fact, resulted in less idolatry and more understanding of God, which he does talk about. But from a Jewish standpoint, I think he's right. Okay, Happy is hungry. I will be right back. I also need to check to make sure she has water. I will be back. Happy does in fact have water. Okay, where were we? Let's see what people had to say. One of the reasons for the invention of the Trinity is to more clearly separate Christianity from Judaism. This wasn't a very good idea. Agree? Oh, Stephen DeYoung. Okay. Oh, Stephen D, as in the person who's in the thing. I thought you meant Father Stephen. Okay. Your point, Mark, is fascinating. I'd love to hear more. A lot of Protestant shade, but hey, if the shoe fits, yeah. One of the reasons for the invention of the Trinity was to exclude the clear idolaters of Arius and the like. It takes me much longer to feed my dog. There's a digital scale involved. I free feed all of my dogs. I always have. I've never had weight issues free feeding dogs. or cats. I also free feed Shadow. Most things know when to stop to eat. So, yeah. Especially if you're feeding them okay food. Anglo-Cathodox is a thing. They have things in common, and Protestants are just a pagan Gnostic heresy. I noticed during the discussion that Peterson had um, with Ben Shapiro, they were dunking on the Protestants, which was funny. I agree with what Peterson had to say. Protestantism is on its way out. We just need to move on from it. Okay. And is there a greater failure than this? All of the prophets scattered and worship. Right. Okay. But the plans of the creator of the world, no person can understand them, for our ways are not the same as his ways, and our plans are not his plans. And all of these things about Jesus of Nazareth and about that Ishmaelite, he's talking about Muhammad, who rose after him, they are only to make the path for the King Messiah straight and to fix the whole world for worshiping God together, as it is said, for I will give the people clear speech for them all to call out the name of God and to worship him with one purpose. How? The whole world is already filled with the words of the Messiah and the words of the Torah and the words of the mitzvot. And these words have been spread on distant islands. He wrote this 950 years ago. And to many people of peoples of uncircumcised hearts, and they deal with these words and with the mitzvot of the Torah. They say these mitzvot were true, but they are already nullified in this time. They aren't applicable forever. And they say there are things hidden in them, and they're not just a simple meaning, and the Messiah already came and revealed their secrets. And when the King Messiah rises for real and he succeeds and he is lifted and up and exalted, they will immediately return and will know that their ancestors passed down lies to them, that their prophets and their ancestors made them do wrong. Should I go over the Byzantine Scotists? Where was his exposition of is it here? Yeah, there. Yeah, this is his thread. Okay, we can go through this thread if you guys want to, or we can go on to the canons of Nicaea, which I did mean to go on to, but where were we? Average Gnostic namer has never met a Mandean in their life. Think about it. Take some time, lots of things, missing icons, rituals, traditions, divine feminine. Those are all key. All Protestants have are the Bible and whatever tradition and liturgy they came up with last night. Hence, why those pagan sects don't last. Yeah. Also aligns with my refutation of PBK's Jesus smuggling. The only smuggling would be the Antichrist, and I think the shoe fits. Samuel says, how is someone part of the universal church if they don't have a local body? Good question. Well, that is funny. The Catholics and Orthos and Anglos feel bad for the Protestants, but who still dislike and don't feel bad for the others. That should tell you something. It's not hard. Protestant prayer here. Yeah. Okay. Let's go through his. Thread, just in case people are interested, there is the link. The great Jewish theologian, the Rambam, known in the Christian world as Maimonides, laid out the requirements in Judaism for someone to be the Messiah. Jews often appeal to Maimonides to argue that Jesus cannot be the Messiah. Do his arguments hold up, though? A thread. And he has a picture of a statue of Maimonides. I believe this is in Morocco, but maybe Cairo. I don't know. Maybe somewhere else. I don't know where this statue is exactly. Might be in Israel, although there's no Hebrew on it. Okay. The Rambam discusses the requirements for the Messiah in the final 2 chapters of the Mishnah Torah. This shows his vision for the Messiah. About half the mitzvot commandments given by God cannot be fulfilled without the temple. The Messiah will make them possible. I don't think that's a good reading of what Maimonides is saying. I'm not sure this is incredibly important, but thus the Messiah for the Rambam is simply a human king who regathers Israel, rebuilds the temple, and brings world peace. He may not even perform any miracles. This was Maimonides' opinion that he need not perform any miracles. The Rambam says the first Messianic prophecy occurs in Numbers 24. I would argue there are earlier Messianic prophecies as well, but I will set that aside for now, as I agree that Numbers 24 is a Messianic prophecy. The Rambam cites Numbers 24 to say that one of the things the Messianic king will do is defeat Edom. However, Edom is no longer exists. Jews get around this by saying that the Roman Empire is Edom. However, the Romans descend from Japhet, not Esau. Honestly, I really don't even see the point of this argument. This is a literal explanation that is just completely rejected by Jewish tradition. While the Edomite Herodians did ally with Rome, they were clients of Rome, not vice versa. There is no biblical support for Rome being Esau. Yes, there is. There's plenty of biblical support for Edom being Esau. The Edomite Herodians became the Catholic Church. And when the Messiah comes, he will, in fact, defeat the Roman Catholic Church. Ta-da! However, shortly after Jesus began his Messianic kingdom, the Herodian dynasty fell. Did it fall? I thought it rose. I do believe it rose. And never again was Edom heard from in history. Then what do you call the Roman Catholic Church? Translating Catholic theology into Jewish language, we are still in the period where the Messiah is conquering all the nations. I thought you said he conquered. The Messianic kingdom is the Catholic Church. No, I would say Esau is the Catholic Church. Jesus is the Davidic king. Well, I don't see it. Mary is the Queen Mother. Also don't see it. And the Pope is the royal steward. Still don't see it. Edom fell first. Edom still hasn't fallen, I would say, but that's me. Okay. Catholic Fortress. I don't even know that thing. Oh, Taylor Marshall. Yeah. Next, the Rambam says that the Messiah will build 3 more cities of refuge. However, this expansion of Israel's borders occurred in the days of David and Solomon. While Scripture does not explicitly say they built these cities, they likely did. Likely? Likely? The Rambam says the prophets are full of messianic prophecies. I would argue that these very specifically predict Jesus, but I will do that in future threads. here I will mention my $5,000 challenge. I'm serious about this. It's not a challenge I came up with. Father Stephen DeYoung actually came on my channel and said, this is a very carefully formulated challenge. Don't even bother. But if you want to bother, feel free. I will give you $5,000 if you can show me a single prophecy of the Messiah from the Hebrew Bible which Jesus uniquely fulfilled. A single prophecy of the Messiah from the Hebrew Bible which Jesus uniquely fulfilled. Feel free. Okay. The Rambam claims that if someone dies, he's definitely not the Messiah. However, he cannot bring any scriptural proof for this claim. Daniel 11:35 just says there will be false messiahs, which occurred in Jesus' days and has happened after Jesus' day as well. I point you to Acts 5, where Gamliel shows clearly why Christianity is false with the false messiahs. But yes, I was surprised also when the Christian Bible explicitly explained why Christianity is false. Acts 5, Gamliel, read him, know him. Rabbi Skobach has a wonderful exposition of that text, which I highly recommend to everyone. The Rambam then says that the knowledge of God will be brought to the whole world by the Messiah, and he concedes that Christianity and Islam was part of of divine providence to accomplish this. Everything is part of divine providence. We actually believe in one God. It is because of the Messianic kingdom of the Catholic Church that we are even discussing Torah. Well, I mean, yes, the Catholic Church did in fact contribute to the fact that we are discussing the Torah. And I am eternally grateful for their part in helping make that happen, just as I am grateful to Muhammad for helping make that happen. Millions of people worldwide now believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, thanks to Jesus and Muhammad, and great Catholic missionaries he guided, and Mohammedans. Of course, Muslims and non-Catholic Christians also had a role to play. Yes, they did. This is not contrary to Catholicism or Judaism, as we recognize goodness outside the church, and we recognize goodness outside the synagogue. Nonetheless, Catholicism was the primary source of missionary work, and all of these other groups are splinters from us. Well, I mean, would you really say Islam is a splinter from Catholicism? I think the Eastern Orthodox might disagree with that whole idea. And when I mentioned this to Father Stephen, he was not incredibly proud of the way that the Catholic Church went about its work, missionary work. Let's face it, the Crusades, the enslavement of many peoples. Yeah, not the best way of things going about, but left or right, good or evil, kol derachmana avid latav avid and gamzu latova. We believe that God creates good and evil, Judaism and Christianity, synagogue and church. So there you go. The Rambam also claims in that passage that the Messiah will strengthen the Jews in observance of mitzvot, whereas Jesus led them away. This is true. However, this presumes a particular vision for the Messiah, which is what is being disputed. Excuse me, Jeremiah 31. This is not in dispute. Not only is it not in dispute in Jeremiah 31, but it's not even in dispute when we talk about Jesus in the book of Matthew. Right? I have not come to, what does it say? to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. Matthew chapter 5. Let's read it from the New King James Version, so people will like it. Verse 17. Do not think that I came to destroy the law or the prophets. I did not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For assuredly I say to you, till heaven and earth pass away, one jot and one tittle will by no means pass from the law till all is fulfilled. Whoever therefore breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches men so shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them, he shall be great, called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I say to you that unless your righteousness exceeds the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, you will by no means enter the kingdom of heaven. I mean, this isn't Maimonides, my friend. That is the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verses 17 through 20. But there we go. However, this presumes a particular vision for the Messiah, which is just what is being disputed. Have your dispute with Jesus. Jesus did not abolish the law, but fulfilled it. Really? Is that so? This is a complex topic, though. Yes, it is. So I will devote future threads to it. But many Catholic rituals find their origins in the Torah. Many Catholic rituals find their origins in the Torah. There's plenty in the Torah which finds no expression whatsoever in Catholicism. Here I will go to one of my favorite verses. Zechariah 8:23. Let's stick with the New King James Version. Thus says the Lord of hosts, in those days 10 men from every language of the nation shall grasp and they here translated it as sleeve with a note, literally wing, corner of a garment. That actually, I think the Septuagint does translate this as crispidin, the fringe of a Jewish man, saying, "Let us go with you, for what we have heard. For we have heard that God is with you." First of all, I have to say, the you we have heard that God is with you is in plural. So there is a Christian interpretation that this Jew is actually Jesus, right? Well, there's a slight problem with that. Christians wouldn't even recognize the fringes of a Jew, much less, which we have ancient proof of, right? The fringes show up and phylacteries show up in the Christian Bible. Right? Jesus talks about people who elongate their fringes and broaden their phylacteries, right? But what do Christians know of phylacteries and mezuzot and tzitzit? They wouldn't even recognize them, right? Christians don't even know how to read their own Bible, much less my Bible. Silliness. Okay, back to what we were reading. Where we were reading? There we are. Okay. They are transfigured in light of their new messianic context, though. Jesus came and brought a new and greater Torah. Exactly. If you believed in Moses, you would believe in Jesus. Since you do not believe in Moses, how can you believe in Jesus? And this is why I say, if a Christian is someone who follows the teachings of Jesus, the only Christians I know are Orthodox Jews. The Rambam responds to this objection by saying that everyone will acknowledge the Messiah when he comes. This is also true. This is also what Acts 5 says. However, much of the world has already received their Messiah. Have they? Eventually, the whole world will. Give me a call when they do. We will talk then. The Rambam likewise points out that there have been, sadly, many anti-Semitic attacks against Jews by Catholics. Not just Catholics, the church. I mean, I do have to say, yes, the church was better than most of the Romans, but it was obviously captured by the Romans as the beautiful, 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 and yes, I am using beautiful to mean ugly here, letter from Constantine shows. However, Jews were not scattered by the church, but by the Romans, says the Roman Catholic Church, evangelist. In Jewish theology, exile is punishment for sin, so there must have been some great sin. And this is where it gets really bad. 40 years after Jesus came, the temple was destroyed. Then Bar Kokhba claimed to be a false Messiah, and Rabbi Akiva began to codify Judaism in a way to exclude Christianity. This is bullshit. The punishment for these was exile. First of all, Jews were in exile at the time. Jews were in exile at the time of Jesus. The Christians themselves, the early Christians, I mean, I could go to Acts 21 and ask him why the faithful Christians were still coming to the temple, etc., etc. Probably will. But like this idea that, I mean, it is classic Christian belief of the role of the Jews as being the accursed of God. It goes all the way back to Justin and what he says about circumcision, which is part of the reason why at least some Catholics and Eastern Orthodox and even Protestants find the new existence of Israel, of the Jews in the land of Israel, to be against their theology. I mean, this is a whole other thing we'll talk to Gideon Lazar about. I will say, when you look at the kidnapping of Edgardo Mortara, when you read about the unedited autobiography of Edgardo Mortara, you see how his soul was destroyed by the Catholic Church. You see the ugliness within Catholics who would defend it. I would not like to stand at the Day of Judgment and defend what happened to Edgardo Mortara. And I think this is the type of ugliness you're seeing in Gideon's thing here. Of course, this does not excuse the sins of various Catholics in history who did commit violence against Jews. These acts, such as the massacres of Jews in the First Crusade, were often opposed by the hierarchy. This is true. Recent popes have sought forgiveness for these crimes nonetheless, but it should ask you, yeah, you're asking for forgiveness, but like, how are you going to change so that you do not do the same sins again? That's a real thing. Let's read what Pope John Paul II wrote in Jerusalem. God of our fathers, who you chose Abraham and his descendants to bring your name to the nations, we are deeply saddened by the behavior of those who in the course of history have caused these children of yours to suffer, and asking your forgiveness, we wish to commit ourselves to genuine brotherhood with the people of the covenant. Ultimately, every religious group has people who have done bad things. This is true. Jews, such as the Himyarite king Nuvus, occasionally persecuted Christians too. But we don't count the Himyarite king Nuvus among our saints. We don't. He's certainly not one of our religious teachers. We are. There's nothing in our the way we teach our religion, which teaches the types of things that, for example, Constantine, who came up with your very idea of God, which is the Trinity, says. So, like, it's different. We must make our religious decisions from a pursuit of truth, not century-long grudges. True. When Christians repent of their sins, I am sure that the synagogue will accept them back into the fold. The Rambam also says the world itself will not fundamentally change, but he also says there will be world peace. It's not him saying there will be world peace. I mean, this is the clear testimony of the prophets. How could this possibly be? There needs to be a fundamental change in humanity for there to be such a peace. I mean, this is okay. Like, you can read Maimonides. There are various explanations. Obviously, this is a miraculous thing, but he's a very rationalist way of it. However, the thousands of Catholic saints show that grace truly can be transformative on the heart. Of course, it can be, but I don't see how that has to do with Catholic saints. This will ultimately culminate in the age to come when the order of nature itself fundamentally changes. The Rambam may be right, animals may not change, but humans will. The last 15 chapters or so of Ezekiel are very complex, so I will leave those aside for a future thread. A great prophet like Elijah did arise before Jesus, though. John the Baptist's greatness is even attested to undoubtedly in Josephus. I don't know about undoubtedly in Josephus, but probably in Josephus. I mean, ultimately, like, you're not a preterist, I'm guessing. Some may object, shouldn't this all have been done faster, though? The Messianic kingdom will be established in one generation. Yeah, like Jesus said, remember? However, the Rambam says we cannot know the timetable of the Messianic era. It's not just the Rambam who says that. Like, everybody says that, which is why Christians are silly. Finally, Maimonides concedes that the Messianic age is before the age to come, i.e. the resurrection of the dead. Hold on, you believe the resurrection of the dead happened. Did you forget? Is it the little apocalypse? Is that what it's called? The little apocalypse. Not the olive, but just, is it? What's it called in the Christian thing where resurrection? Matthew 27. Let's go to Matthew 27. Yeah, some of the most interesting parts of Matthew. Where is it? Matthew 27:51. Well, let's start with 50. And Jesus cried out again with a loud voice and yielded up his spirit. Then behold, the veil of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom, and the earth quaked, and the rocks were split, and the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints
who had fallen asleep were raised, and coming out of the graves after his resurrection, they went into the holy city and appeared to many. So when the centurion and those with him who were guarding Jesus saw the earthquake and the things that had happened, they feared greatly, saying, truly, this was the Son of God. And many women who followed Jesus from Galilee, ministering to him, were there looking on from afar. And among them were Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of Jesus, of James and Joses, and mother of Zebedee's sons. I think this is this the verse in Matthew that has 3 Marys? Matthew 27, what was it? Matthew 27:56. Let's see, Mary and no, it's probably another version where there's 3 Marys, but yeah, that's one of the funniest parts of the thing. Okay, where were we? Lots and lots of the statues in Spain. Thank you, Colonimus Eliezer. The real question is, how do you get a Jew to believe in the resurrection of Jesus? That is the question. Well, I mean, I don't even know if that is the question. Samuel, there's a lot of orthos upset about this in PBK's streams, and the concept of the unseen church seems to square things for me, I think you're saying. Even if he was God, how do you get us to believe he's God? Yeah, that's the thing. The resurrection has no bearing on that. I mean, in the same way that with MMS, I suppose, it's the resurrection part that seems to be the leap of faith. The Rebbe. Yeah, no. There's a lot of orthos in PBK's streams concerned about the local church, and if you believe in an unseen church, I think that reconciles a lot. Honestly, I think if you just recognize Christianity failed in many, many ways, that reconciles everything. Yeah, I'm going to leave that aside. Hi, Rabbi. Islam has some Christian influence. It's mostly Jewish influence, probably. Fulfilled is a word that fudges. Yes, it is, Dan. Sounds like a distinction with no difference to me. New and greater Torah, but there was nothing wrong with the old one. Exactly. So Gideon doesn't have anything new to bring. Where did he get that about Rabbi Akiva? This is a Christian belief that that Rabbi Akiva, or the rabbis after the destruction of the Second Temple, created a Christianity that was opposed to Judaism. To be fair, there are levels of new that Jacob would not be prepared to accept. So it's good that a conversation Um, popes can say that prior popes have made mistakes, sinned. Yes, they definitely can. Not sanctioned by Sanhedrin rabbis, exactly. Yes, popes can even correct previous popes, but only popes can do that to previous popes. Catholics do not believe popes are perfect and can be very bad men. It's heresy. They say popes can't teach well as infallible, like the whole, yeah. So they can be terrible sinners, but their words will never be heresy. Not their words, the things they teach ex cathedra, I think is what they say. Josephus is source, trust me, bro. Well, the reason most people accept Josephus is because Josephus was before Christianity. He doesn't really seems to be aware of Christianity, so they think that it's unbiased. Yeah, like if he's teaching particular things, yeah. Remember, sinning is just the opportunity to either repent or to allow Jesus to save you from your sins. Win-win. I think even papal bulls are not considered whatchamacallit. I think even encyclicals are not considered, which is the highest form. It's only when something is hello, my friend.
How's it going?
Good. I am going to try very hard to maintain your to not dox you and not mention anything you may not want to mention. So I am going to let you speak as you wish. When the Pope is teaching from his official capacity, yeah, it has to be like he says that this is something that he is infallibly teaching as the doctrine of the church, and all people must believe it, that they believe they can't, yeah. I guess they think it works similar to prophecy. I don't know about that. Hey, Gideon is here. Just started listening from Gideon Lazar is his real name. In a way, yeah, Catholics usually say the Pope is a Christian archetype of the Jewish high priest. Okay. Check out my second thread as well for some clarification of what I meant in the first Maimonides thread on Maimonides. All 4 of my threads on Judaism are in my pinned threads. Let's see. Well, did we actually finish this thread? When we finish this thread, we might go back there. Okay. Infallibility is rare and asked for by cardinals. It can be invoked a few times, less than 10. I am taking care of kids while watching, so I doubt I will catch up live. Please continue like I'm not here because I'm watching this delayed. Yes, sir. Feel free to jump in if you would like, Master Helmer. Finally, Maimonides concedes that the Messianic age is before Yeah, like we addressed that. I know many Jews are worried about losing their ethnic identity that our ancestors died to preserve. Well, yeah, they should. This is a stumbling block for many I will address in future threads. But please consider that God has kept his covenant and has established his kingdom, even if we have missed it. Yeah, I don't see God's established kingdom. So sorry. I also realize I am sure you have many objections I have not answered here. Rest assured, I will make many more threads. I also welcome dialogue with all Jews on these matters. There we go. I should also add that I realize this does not put forward a positive case that Jesus is the Messiah. This is very true. I will do that in future threads. This is just intending to respond to the Rambam's objections. Link to the next thread in my Okay, so I guess this is the next thread. In my last thread, I put forward a response to Rambam's arguments for why Jesus is not the Messiah. However, I think the divide between Christians and Jews is deeper. This is true. We have different conceptions of what a Messiah is. Correct. So here is a defense of the Christian view. Thread. Although world peace will come about in the time of the Messiah, Jews understand the Messiah to be primarily the national leader of the Jews. Well, it's not just, I mean, I have to say, like, ethnic identity is not the issue. I think there is some issue there, but as I always like to point out, like, the sign over Jesus said, Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews. Jesus of Nazareth has been the king of everyone but the Jews. I think that really puts to end any idea that Jesus could be the Messiah. He will not perform any great miracles or change the nature of things. However, Christians understand the Messiah to heal all the sins of the world and fulfill the reason for creation. Yeah, where'd you get all that from? While he comes from the line of David, his national kingship of the Jews is secondary to his universal salvation, except his national kingship of the Jews never happened. So both Jews and Christians agree the Messiah's purpose is national and universal. No, Christians, I mean, like, how was Jesus king of the Jews? Like, he wasn't, ever. But we disagree on which is primary. No, like, I don't believe there's any Christians who actually believe that Jesus was ever king of the Jews. Additionally, while some Jewish mystics speak of the Messiah as the purpose of the world, what really remains more fundamental is the law of Moses. No, what remains fundamental is God himself. I think our differences comes about in what is the first Messianic prophecy. The Rambam says it is Numbers 24. This is about a future Davidic king.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay. Going back a little bit, you said, well, Jesus is king of the rest of the world, or maybe you said many nations, but not the king of the Jews. In what sense can you say that Jesus was king of the other nations?
Well, I don't think during his life he was king of anything. But like, Christians will talk about how Jesus is king and is their king, right? So to some extent, I think you can at least make the metaphorical sense that Jesus is king of the Gentiles.
You mean because they recognize him, even though he's not like sitting in the White House, for example?
Right.
They ascribe some sort, like, the ultimate authority to him. They believe in his commandments, etc.
Right.
But you're saying that didn't happen with the Jews.
Exactly.
Okay. How many Jews would have needed to accept that in order for the statement of his kingship to be true for Jews in the same way that you're saying it's true for certain, peoples?
Well, I mean, this is ultimately part of the incoherence of the Christian Gospels, is they assert at once that Jesus was denied by his people, and there are many places in which the Jews wanted to make him king, right? So this is a fundamental contradiction and incoherence in the Christian narrative.
I don't think that that's incoherent. I mean, I think like that incoherence in some way, I mean, if you're going to call it incoherence, I think what you see is a presence of multiple opinions about Jesus within the Gospels, right? Like, there are some people who are, welcoming him, coming into Jerusalem on a donkey and saying, Hosanna in the highest. And then there are other people who are saying, crucify him. And I think to sort of claim that these are like the same people doesn't really make sense. I think That's the right. We would agree that that's silly. And so I don't even know, when we say, okay, well, his own people reject him, like, well, how many, right? Like, clearly the claim is certainly that not all of them. And then so then it's like, okay, well, how many, what percentage, like what percentage of the leaders, what percentage of the, the plain people would have had to reach that same conclusion that, yeah, okay, we accept him, in order for this claim to be true. Like, I don't know that we've set the parameters to be able to answer the question.
Right. And that's a Christian problem. Like when I talk to a Christian, like first, one of the things, I mean, I generally end up walking them through Acts, because a lot of uh, the ways in which Acts contradicts the Gospels and contradicts itself is where a Christian narrative falls apart, right? There are various Christian narratives, all of which are conflicting with each other. And like, I can't make a coherent Christian argument, which then I tear apart, because ultimately I think Christianity is completely incoherent. Now, there are various people who have, and one of the things I like about my discussions with Father Stephen is Father Stephen has deeply thought about this stuff. He has what he presents as a coherent, what he presents as a coherent and defensible view of Christianity. I think most Christians, including the Eastern Orthodox, who hear him speak, don't really understand a lot of the things he says. Certain things he said on my channel, I've had many Christians come up and argue with me that he didn't say what he thinks he said. um, and like, I would be very, very happy if the rest of Christianity moved to where, how I understand Father Stephen. I don't agree with what he says, right? Um, Father Stephen would say that the idea of the people who rejected Jesus is not corporate Israel at all. It is he has a very different view than most people, and I think including Gideon here, right? Um, he would say that only those particular people who at that particular time who were alive during the life of Jesus were the ones that any of this pertains to, right? But that fundamentally shifts how you view things in ways that Gideon, like, no, like Gideon's way of looking at it is completely different. Am I at all clear in what I'm saying?
Well, you're saying they're different. I don't, and I came in a little bit late, so I don't know what Gideon is saying that contradicts that. I mean, I think part of what you're touching on when you say things like, okay, well, Father Stephen said this thing that sounded better than these other formulations that I've heard. And then there's this sort of question, I guess, in the background of like, well, like, isn't the fact that that even if what Father Stephen is saying sounds better, isn't the fact that there's so much confusion around this understanding itself some sort of objection to Jesus as the Messiah, right? Because the Messiah is supposed to bring this like knowledge. I think if am I reading too much into what you're saying to hear that that's part of your objection here.
No, I explicitly said that
Okay.
earlier. Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
So I mean,
yeah.
I think like couched in like what Gideon's argument though is, I think that's another difference, right? Like that's part of what I suspect. I don't want to put words in his mouth. You know, that like the Christian acceptance of Jesus as the Messiah inherently accepts that this is a process and not something which matches up with that paradigm. And so confusion to some degree is not unexpected, or even like maybe to a large degree. I don't know. I mean, I
Well,
certainly find that to be a difficulty also. Um,
so one of the things that I think should be very clear is when Christians say Jesus is the Messiah, what Jews hear is Jesus has fulfilled the prophecies of the Messiah. So we would never say of someone who is, we may think in the future, right? Will, like, okay, I believe that the eunucha could be the Messiah, right? His picture's right there. Eunucha seems like a perfect candidate for a Messiah as far as I'm concerned right now. Is he the Messiah? I don't know. He might be the Messiah. He might not be the Messiah. For me, that possibility is great and beautiful, right? But if he turns out not to be the Messiah, he's not the Messiah, right? I think many people throughout Jewish history, including Rabbi Akiva with Bar Kokhba, right, had this hope, and we have had this hope many times. And frankly, I think many people had that hope for Jesus. But what turned out to be true is that he wasn't the Messiah, right? Because it's been 2,000 years, and like Christianity has in no way fulfilled the the messianic prophecies, right?
well, I think Gideon would object to that, right? Like his point, I think, okay, I think his, what I see, his fundamental objection to what you just said was that that post about the saints. So he's like, what that is suggesting is that these people from nations from all over the world, that, you know, specifically the God of Israel. I know that you might have objections to that. You might be saying, okay, well, there's idolatry going on, or something like that. That's fine. Okay, but like leave that aside for the second. He's saying that the saints are evidence that these other nations, right, have come to worship the God of Israel and be changed by him, and so forth. I mean, that's certainly a huge part of messianic prophecy, is it not? And so I think it seems like the difference is more like, is it all the nations at once and then that's fulfillment of prophecy? Or is it, you know, what if it's like half the world? You know what I mean? I don't think it's
I hear what you're
insignificant.
saying,
Yeah.
but ultimately, I think, this goes back to what Maimonides said, right? First of all, I don't think. I mean, let's face it. 99% of Christians are still Trinitarian, right? And the Trinity is not the God of Israel. That's not what Moses taught. That's not what any of the prophets. That's not what Jesus taught. And so, like, that for me is the crux of the problem of saying that Christianity is more like Muhammad is more the Messiah in that sense, I would say, than Jesus is, because at least he brought people to the belief in one God. So is Muhammad the Messiah?
Right. I understand the objection. Yeah. Yeah. I think I mean, Gideon could probably say, well, Islam is sort of like an offshoot of a heretical branch of Christianity. Like there's still a derivative sort of root in Christianity. So, but yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. You're saying, yeah, okay, well, look, but it's great that all these nations like stopped sacrificing children, and so forth. I mean, we should recognize, right, like that there was a seismic change. But you're saying at the end of the day, their conception of God makes it such that, look, there's no way that you can say that this is a messianic fulfillment. And so maybe that's, more
Right.
the heart of the matter ultimately.
And that's my point about keeping on going back to the idea of King of Israel. Like if Islam did not exist, or if Christianity didn't exist, then Christianity or Islam would have a much stronger argument, which is why I think God created the both of them. Why I think the both of them are necessary, because ultimately, like Isaiah says, Israel is the light of the nations, a nation of priests, one which has guided throughout the centuries, throughout the world, has pointed towards the ultimate truth, because I think the ultimate truth always has to be present, right? Because that's God's Torah, right? At the same time, right, there are these lesser truths, these Judaism lights, these faulty expressions of Judaism, which spread the Torah in lesser ways, such as the ways that Christianity and Islam through the past 2,000 years have spread themselves, mostly through violence. Like if we as Jews had violently conquered the world the way that the Catholic Church and the Crusades and the Muslims have, like, there are definitely silver linings, right? It goes back to the fact that God creates all things. He creates those things which are pure good and those which exist for the purpose of the good, right? So if the world were to come to salvation through a pure good, which is the Jewish way, right? Which wouldn't involve the sword, which wouldn't involve all the violence that the church and the caliphate, right? The church and the mosque have wrought on the world, right? Then that, like, we can't call those things pure good. We can call them things which exist for the eventual good, but there needs to be a repentance. And my hope is that at the time of the Messiah, both Christians and Muslims, like Maimonides says, will repent of their thousands of years of murderous sin, despite the good that did come of it, exactly like Joseph says to his brothers, right? That what they thought for evil, God used for good, right? Just like it was definitely a sin to sell Joseph into slavery. Ultimately, God does redeem that. And in a similar way, I do believe that the church exists in order to be crucified, to die, and to be reborn in a more pure light. But let's look at the body of the church for the past 2,000 years. These have not been holy, great people.
Well, it hasn't only been holy, great people. I mean, there have been holy, great people in the church.
There have been, yes, there have been.
And even like when we should recognize, right, that when we're talking about the spread of Christianity,
Well,
there are many stories around the world. I mean, that I've heard anecdotally that are just mind blowing, where it seems very evident to me that God is has personally taken an interest. Where there is not. I'm not absolutely not denying what you said. There has been tremendous violence. Absolutely. There are also stories where people just perceive, okay, this is where God is, and I want to be a part of that. And
look, and I'm glad for it. If there's, and I am sure there has been throughout the centuries, some some good person who, as a Hindu, going to a Vishnuvite temple, right, has been inspired towards a love of God and kindness and goodness, etc. Right? So, like Buddhism and Hinduism, everything, as monotheists, as absolute monotheists, we believe that everything which exists ultimately exists sola gloria Dei, right? Only for the glory of God, only to prepare the world, to bring it closer to godliness. But when it comes down to it, like, I think it's obvious that there's a lot that Christianity and Islam and Hinduism, etc., and frankly, individual Jews have to repent of. But I do believe that Judaism, in its purest form as it was taught to Moses on Mount Sinai, is perfectly pure. And we live in exile because we do not keep it, because we fall short of it. But that's a fundamental difference between how Jews and Christians view their religion. Christians view their religion as some sort of fulfillment of the Torah, a la Jeremiah 31, whereas we as Jews look forward to that. And frankly, I mean, I don't know, were you here when I read Constantine's letter?
No, sorry.
Okay, so like, I made a big point of reading Constantine's letter, which I highly recommend everybody do, especially Eastern Orthodox Christians, right? And like, see what he says. And one of the things which Constantine says, which, I mean, here, I will read this letter again because I liked it that much.
Sorry,
it's not that long. Constantine Augustus to the churches. The great grace of God's power has constantly been increasing, as is evident in the general prosperity of the empire. I therefore decided to make it my aim, above all else, that one faith, sincere love, and unvarying devotion to Almighty God be maintained among the most blessed assemblies of the Catholic Church. But I perceived that this could only be established firmly and permanently when all of the bishops, or at least the greatest part, were convened in the same place for a council where they could discuss every point of our most holy religion. So we assembled as many as possible, and I myself was also present as one of you. For I will not deny that I especially rejoice in that I am your fellow servant. All points were then minutely investigated until a decision was brought to light, which was found acceptable to him, who is the inspector of all things, and brought a unified agreement, leaving nothing which could cause dissension or controversy in matters of faith. The idea that Nicaea settled anything is just hilarious to me. But at the council, we also considered the issue of our holiest day, Easter. And it was determined by common consent that everyone, everywhere, should celebrate it on one and the same day, which, funny enough, is no longer the case. For what can be more appropriate or what more solemn than this, that this feast, from which we have received the hope of immortality, should be kept by all without variation, using the same order and a clear arrangement. Well, I mean, if you believe in the promise of Christianity, like that there was this great revelation and establishment of his church, yeah, you would believe that. But that's not what happened. And in the first place, it seemed very unworthy for us to keep this most sacred feast, following the custom of the Jews, at people who have soiled their hands in a most terrible outrage and have thus polluted their souls and are now deservedly blind. Since we have cast aside their way of calculating the date of the festival, we can ensure that future generations can celebrate this observance at the more accurate time, which we have kept from the first day of the Passion until the present time. Therefore, have nothing in common with that most hostile people, the Jews, we have received another way from the Savior, which apparently we wasn't a Jew. In our holy religion, we have set before us a course which is both valid and accurate. Let us unanimously pursue this. Let us, most honored brothers, withdraw ourselves from that detestable association with the Jews. It is truly most absurd for them to boast that we are incapable of rightly observing these things without their instruction. And as I pointed out, it is impossible for Christians to rightly observe their religion without Jewish instruction, because Christians know nothing about even their own Bible. But that's beside the point. On what subject are they competent to form a correct judgment? Oh, I don't know. Maybe what constitutes the Bible? Who, after that murder of their Lord and patricide, lost their senses and are led not by any rational motive, but by an uncontrollable impulsiveness to wherever their innate fury may drive them. This is the guy who murdered his own family members. This is why, even in this matter, they do not perceive the truth, so that they constantly err in the utmost degree, and will celebrate the feast of Passover a second time in the same year instead of making a suitable correction. I am guessing he's talking about the second day of Passover, although he may be talking about second Passover, which is established in the Bible. The Bible talks about second Passover, but let's hope he wasn't being that ignorant and he was talking about the second day of Passover, which ultimately shows the difference between our religion and what Christianity, certainly as promulgated by Constantine, believes, which is it is the fulfillment of the Torah. Yes, we live in a time of safek, of doubt, of darkness, of faith, actually, right? In exile, with a hope of return, with a hope of the future fulfillment. Christianity, in claiming the fulfillment, right? It's again, we go back to Schrodinger's Jesus, right? He's dead and he's alive. He's the Messiah and he's not. It's now and it's yet to come. Schrodinger's Messiah just doesn't work. The King of the Jews and or the Gentiles. I didn't come up with the term Schrodinger's Jesus. It fits really, really well. Why then should we follow the example of those who are acknowledged to be infected with serious error? Surely we should never allow Easter to be kept twice in one and the same year, despite the fact that it is. But even if these considerations were not laid before you, you should still be careful, both by diligence and prayer, that your pure soul should have nothing in common, or even seem to do so, with the customs of men so utterly depraved. This should also be considered in a matter so important and of such religious significance. The slightest disagreement is most irreverent. For our Savior left us only one day to be observed in remembrance of our deliverance. That is the day of his most holy passion. He also wished his Catholic Church to be one, the members of which are still cared for by one Spirit. That is by the will of God, who, however much they may be scattered in various places. Well, the church is obviously not one and hasn't been for thousands of years. Let the good sense consistent with your sacred character consider how grievous and inappropriate it is that on the same days some should be observing fasts while others are celebrating feasts. And after the days of Easter, some should celebrate to festivities and enjoyments while others submit to appointed fastings. For this reason, divine providence directed that we put into effect an appropriate correction and establish uniformity of practice, as I suppose you are all aware. And I have to say, like, I always wondered why the Talmud pointed, and Rashi, like the first Rashi, actually it's the second Rashi on the Torah, talks about no, it is the first Rashi on the Torah, talks about the HaChodesh Hazeh Yelachem. The Torah should have started with the commandment of the calendar. And I always wondered why the rabbis, and it's throughout the Talmud, are so insistent on the importance of the calendar. Like, this is one of the things that they harp on over and over again. And I didn't realize it until I started engaging with Christianity and seeing how, like, the importance of the calendar, like, which Christian actually knows when Easter is without asking someone else. It's always a question to somebody else. Like, who actually sits there and calculates Easter for themselves? And the Quran actually has a prohibition of intercalation of months, which is the 13th month that in the Jewish calendar is added, because we have a lunisolar calendar. They have a lunar calendar, so they lose 10 days every year. And like, it's absolutely astounding to me that for 2,000 years almost, the rabbis have been harping on the importance of the calendar. And at this time, it becomes so clear that Christianity and Islam are fake religions because of the fakeness of their calendar. But that's a whole other thing. So
what do you mean by fake, by fakeness? Sorry. What does that mean? Fakeness of their calendar.
Okay, so when is Easter?
I mean, I just don't know that I understand why it matters so much. I mean, and
Easter,
I don't think Constantine is saying so. Like, I remember reading about this a long time ago, so it's been a while, so forgive me. But like Saint John, the theologian in Asia Minor, right? I guess his tradition that he gave them was to celebrate at the same time as the Jewish Passover.
Right.
Now, I don't see anything in what you've shared so far where Constantine's like, that was wrong. St. John's dating was wrong, you know? And I don't think he's saying like their time is the exactly right time. I don't think that makes the calendar fake. Sorry if that's a tangent. I just want to know what you mean when you say it's fake.
It's not a tangent. He does actually kind of address this, because he believes that what the Romans were doing at the time is the correct one.
Okay.
And always has been. But and he says this just now. But oh, we have a Father Stephen DeYoung. Pascha is the Sunday after the first full moon after the vernal equinox. How did I know you would actually know, Father Stephen? So back to why it's a fake calendar. Because some Christians have Pascha on one day and some Christians have it on another. And I think as a Christian, the fact that the church does not have a unified calendar should, for me, I mean, it just seems to be an obvious problem. And I think Constantine here in his letter is saying it's an obvious problem. And I think he's right. It's an obvious problem. Like, when is your highest holiday. And I mean, the Talmud talks about similar things. Tractate Rosh Hashanah is the only tractate of the Talmud I've ever actually completed, and it has significant teachings on this, right? And I think it is important. Like, and to me, it's especially important, like, that Christianity has one way of their calendar obviously being a problem, and Islam has a different way of their calendar obviously being a problem. Ramadan just flows around the year, all like it's in the summer one year, and several years later it's in the winter, because they lose 10 days of their calendar every single time. Father Stephen says, by that standard, for a lot of history, the Jews didn't have the same calendar. The church all celebrates Pascha on the same day. I don't know what you mean by the Jews didn't have the same calendar. If you mean, where he's talking about where we celebrate 2 days, right? That's because we live in exile. That's my point. Like, Judaism as a point, that's why I brought up this letter of Constantine. Judaism as a religion realizes and asserts we live in exile. We live not in the time of the Messiah. We live in a time when things are not clear, are not known. Christianity asserts that the Messiah has, in some way at least, you're talking about the 4 different calendars in Second Temple Judaism. Well, I have to say, I kind of think the Pharisees were right. And like, there's still Karaites around, right? I don't know what they actually do, but like, hell, there's Reform Jews around, right? And they do all kinds of weird things with Shavuot, right? And they certainly only keep 1 day. But like, ultimately, again, that goes back to it goes back to my assertion that we live in exile, whereas Christians assert that in some important way, Jesus fulfilled something. And again, it goes back to the idea of, like, give me a coherent, and I doubt you heard, Father Stephen, when I was talking about you earlier. Like, I like the fact that you have a coherent, an actual coherent thing where you deal with all this stuff. That's great. I'm happy about it. I hope you actually convince lots and lots of Christians to be far less incoherent in their concept of Christianity. I think that would be an improvement. But ultimately, I think you're going to have a lot of problems, because there is all kinds of things that other Christians will bring up, which I think you're going to have to answer. And ultimately, because I believe that God has made the divisions in the Christian church to show the falseness of the idea that Jesus established a church that is the church of the Messiah in the world. You wanted to say something, Master Helmer.
So I have a question that's related to this concept of the calendar. At least I think it is.
Okay.
In the Jewish vision of the Messianic age, is there room for the various nations, when they decide to when they decide, okay, we want to worship the God of Israel, we want to follow the Noahide commandments, we're going to put away our idolatry. Okay. But much of their identity prior to that is related to their other cults of worship that they had before then.
Yeah.
Is there room in the Jewish conception of the Messianic age for these various nations to contribute something new that's like not non-Hebraic, we could say?
New becomes a difficult word. Non-Hebraic isn't. Let me see if I can find the what I'm thinking of. Here it is. This is an article that Rabbi Adin Steinsaltz wrote in Duke, a journal by by Duke University, and so if you've heard of the Steinsaltz edition of the Talmud, the translation, this is the same Rabbi Steinsaltz. He's the one who translated the entirety of the Talmud to English. Not necessarily single-handedly, but he was definitely the person behind it. And he died a few years ago. Very well-respected Orthodox rabbi. And it was kind of shocking when he wrote this article, because rabbis of his caliber rarely engage with secular studies at all. We have a Father Stephen. Hello, Father Stephen.
Hello, sir.
How you doing?
I am well.
We can't go late tonight because I have a stream tomorrow morning with the Byzantine Scotist, a former Eastern Orthodox Christian.
Needs to pick a team.
But first of all, that article, I highly recommend reading it. But yes, to the degree, look, we as Jews categorically dismiss the idea that we should have a well-defined view of what will happen. We very much take an agnostic view of the details of the eschaton. Yet, yeah, God did not create the Gentiles for nothing.
Thank you for exceeding that.
I'm inclined to see the calendar thing as like kind of along the same lines. I mean, so John went to Asia Minor. He had his tradition of when Pascha is. There were other traditions. Like there may have been good reasons for why these different traditions of dating existed. Just like there may be good reasons why the way that their understanding was expressed of the same historical events existed. And I don't see that as a problem. I'm curious. You seem to really, like, this seems to really hit you in a stronger way than it hits me in terms of like having uniform dating. but I guess like I'm okay with this vision of all the nations are coming to worship the one God of Israel. And, you know, like I said before, like I don't think it means the kings of the different nations are like hopping on jet streamers and flying to Jerusalem, you know, to all worship at the same time in the same way together. There seems to be room for some diversity in the embrace of the God of Israel.
I would definitely say there is room for diversity, and there has to be room for diversity, and that is a part of having a nation of priests. We say ein kohen b'lo am, right? You cannot have a priest without a laity, and Israel, as the nation of priests, must have a laity. There must be lay nations. The question becomes, I mean, I think the one of the first, if not the first question where I engaged Father Stephen was, if Jesus were alive today, which Father Stephen would say he is, would
I'd say Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are alive today too. So.
Od Avinu Chai. Funny enough, large numbers of Sephardic synagogues are called Od Yosef Chai.
Yeah.
It's a very common name for. It may be the most common name for Sephardic synagogues, in fact. But the question is, would Jesus be going to a Orthodox Jewish synagogue? Would he feel more comfortable there, or would he, like, which one of the churches among the many churches would he end up visiting? Right. That was, I think ultimately Jesus would feel far more comfortable in your local Chabad than he would in any church. That's the question, because ultimately the question is, do I go to Chabad or do I go to a church? Well, I believe God's presence. I go to churches when I feel called to go to particular churches, like when Father Stephen invites me to places. But that's because it's a calling. It's not because that's where I go to say my prayers.
Jesus is in my parish every Sunday, so. And several other times during the week.
Why not Saturdays?
I said it several other times during the week.
Well, you guys don't do a Eucharistic adoration, so I don't know.
No, because that would be idolatry.
So, Father Stephen, you must have had comments in order for you to jump on.
Yeah, well, I think you need some context on that letter of Constantine.
Please.
Like, number one, it's not found in his imperial edicts.
Okay.
That thing you were putting on screen is third hand. Eusebius published it, having gotten it from Socrates, who claimed he got it from the minutes of the Council of Nicaea, which we don't have.
This is not the original Socrates, I'm guessing.
No,
Okay.
Just another Greek guy named Socrates.
Another Greek guy named Socrates.
Neither Socrates nor Eusebius are saints. In fact, Eusebius was a heretic.
Okay, you see, I was actually, so I saw Eusebius's name when I was looking at these documents, and I was like, I remember Eusebius was a famous anti-Semite.
Right. And so, since we don't have this as one of his official edicts, we don't know how much of this. Now, Eusebius is famously a massive Constantine simp.
Okay.
So that is a point in favor of it, you know, him, at least him from his perspective, wanting to make Constantine look good. from his own perspective.
Okay.
But we also don't know where he may have embellished things.
Okay.
And Eusebius is a lot like Josephus. Eusebius from a Christian perspective is a lot like Josephus from a Jewish perspective. You wouldn't go to him for theology advice, right? He's out there a bit. I don't know if you know that Josephus eventually declared that Rome was the Messiah. Did you know that?
I did not know this.
Yes. He was on their payroll.
Is it all Christians who don't like Eusebius?
Well, he's an important, just like Josephus, he's an important source for history.
But nobody has him canonized.
Nobody has him canonized. No.
Okay.
He was a semi-Arian. So and so we don't know how much in there is embellished.
Okay.
But there are some turns of phrase, right? So for example, he has Constantine saying, we're declaring the date of Pascha, which is the date it's always been celebrated since the day.
I noticed. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then he turns around and says, well, there have been all these arguments about it, so we're settling it. It's like, well, which is it, man? And it reminds me of Josephus with the, these are the 22 books of the Hebrew Scriptures, which every Jew in the world acknowledges from his mother's womb, right? And he's writing this in the first century when there were still a lot of discussions happening. Right?
So Colonimus wants to know where Josephus says Rome is the Messiah, if you can remember.
At the end of it's at the end of the Jewish Wars.
Okay. Well, I mean, Judea was soundly defeated by then, right?
Yeah, and so it's sort of like, well, they won, so they must be the saviors of the world.
There you go.
And they're paying me. So yeah, he was trying to, I don't think a lot of Jewish people go for theology, but obviously that is not historically accurate, right? But that is reflecting Josephus's confidence in the Pharisaic canon, right?
So what do you think of this letter of Constantine? You think it's mostly made up, somewhat made up?
Well, I wouldn't say made up. I would say probably, because the core of it, in terms of when the date was, is accurate. But in terms of the rhetoric, it also doesn't match. Like, you could read Edicts of Constantine. He is not that florid in his rhetoric.
Okay.
Right? Like, not usually.
Okay.
Right? But it's also not translated all that well. I was glad you put the Greek up.
It's just there. I
know. But probably the most obvious example of that is that the same Greek word, Pascha, gets translated Passover or Easter, depending.
Okay.
Right? And it's the same word in the Greek.
I didn't see Passover here. Did I? Oh, did I?
Whenever he's talking about the Jewish calendar, they translate it Passover. And whenever they're talking about the Christian celebration, they call it Easter.
The date of the festival.
Right. And in every case, it's Pascha.
It's Pascha. Okay.
Right. So
this is what I was actually wondering. When he says second time, does he mean Pesach Sheni, or does he mean the 2 days? Because Pesach Sheni is in the Bible.
Yeah, it's hard to know.
Okay.
I think he may, frankly, so he had these theological advisors who were mostly Arians.
Okay.
And when you read we have one theological oration he tried to give, and it's sort of like, so his personal theological acumen is up there. I frankly think he may have thought that Passover as described in Exodus and Passover as described in Deuteronomy were two different feasts. I suspect it may be that clueless.
But he was equal to the apostles. Come on.
Equal to the apostles in what respect? Right? In the respect of how he aided the spread of Christianity, right?
Okay.
That's the
Yeah, when I first introduced him, I did mention a few of your caveats, including we call him a saint according to how he died, not how he lived.
yes, yeah, and we're also, and part of it too is also the effect, right? Like the Romans stopped killing us. That's a good thing. We were happy about that. That's
Not killing us is a good thing.
yeah. And I would also add, and I think I've shown you this before. One of the things that is in Constantine's official edicts is him extending to Jewish rabbis the same immunity from taxation.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And impressment that Christian clergy had.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
And that's in his, so
that's in his actual, we have his actual official edicts.
Okay.
Like in Latin,
Okay.
right, that he issued. Right?
Okay.
They're part of the corpus of Roman law. Right.
Okay.
And they paint kind of a different picture.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always found it really funny how many conspiracy theories there are about Constantine, when like he's so well documented. We have like all of his edicts. We have like all of his, like to have somebody to pick to do a conspiracy theory. Like he is not the best one.
So you convinced Don that it's Eusebius who is the massive jerk.
Eusebius was a massive jerk. And said crazy stuff. I mean, there's crazy stuff in Eusebius. Like he claims the Samaritan woman, Saint Photini, who Christ spoke to.
Mm-hmm.
That's in John chapter 5. That she made a golden statue of Jesus that was there in Nablus until that very day.
Wow.
Like no one thinks that's true, right? Like nobody.
I'm wondering, was there a golden statue at all?
I don't think so. I think Eusebius would like hear things. He didn't travel to all these places, like. I think he just heard things because there's no sign of it and there's no tradition surrounding that. The only place we hear about that statue is Eusebius, and like the well is in an Orthodox church in Nablus, right? Like it's down in the basement because the church is built like over it. But Jacob's well is like that well is there, right? Mm-hmm. That's so yeah, that's a bunch of things about that. I also wanted to show you.
Yes.
Because you're talking about incoherence.
Yes.
And I think you are wrongly blaming Christianity as such.
Okay.
For a lot of incoherence.
That belongs to the Protestants.
Well, if you want to put a fine point on it. Yeah. And I found that when we were doing the last episode of Lord of Spirits.
Yeah.
I found a great example of this.
Okay.
In the way part of Romans is translated into English.
Okay.
Let me track it down real quick here.
Do you want me to pull up Romans?
Yeah, you could go ahead and I'll tell you the verse here in a second.
Which chapter of Romans?
Well, that's what I'm.
Okay.
I'll give you the chapter and verse here in a second. And
I'm guessing it's not Romans 7.
No, it's not Romans 7.
People are still like,
I'm still willing to do that. We just have to figure out,
We do.
I mean, if it's just you and me, that's easier to, well, not easy, but easier.
If you can do a Tuesday evening late enough so that it's not 4 a.m. for Chazi.
Yeah. Okay, Romans 10, 5 through 9.
Romans 10. So here we are with Romans 10. Let me make this much bigger and try to get rid of this. Okay. Romans 10,
So
5.
5. Okay.
Yeah.
So just start reading and tell me when you notice something ridiculous.
Okay. This is the New King James Version.
Okay.
For Moses writes about the righteousness, which is of the law. The man who does those things shall live by them. But the righteousness of faith speaks in this way. Do not say in your heart, who will ascend into heaven. So that's from Deuteronomy 30.
Yeah. Okay, we could pause right there. Do you
Yeah.
see the problem?
Says of, it doesn't say of
So it
faith.
says Moses
Moses says
right.
of the mitzvah. Right? So Deuteronomy 30, he's talking about the mitzvah which I give to you today.
Right.
The commandment.
So according to this English translation,
Right.
here's what they're saying Paul is saying.
Okay.
On one hand,
Mhm.
Moses talks about the righteousness of the Torah this way.
Okay.
Then on the other hand, but in contrast,
Right.
Deuteronomy 30. Do you see the problem there?
Yes, I do.
This is Moses writing in the Torah in Deuteronomy 30.
Well, yes. Yeah.
So,
Okay. Yeah. They are contrasting. They are contrasting Moses with Moses.
right. That is what the Protestant translator of this text wants you to believe, is that St. Paul is here contrasting Moses with Moses.
Right.
And
But
the
I
Torah
also
with the Torah.
Yeah. I don't understand why Deuteronomy 30 would be the righteousness of faith as opposed to the law.
Right. There's no as opposed to.
Right.
That but should be an and.
Aha. So in the actual Greek,
It's a
you're
particle
telling
that you could. It's like a vav consecutive.
uh-huh.
There's a Greek particle where you can translate it and or but or right.
Okay. So here we are in the Greek. 10:6. DE, they're saying is a however.
Yes. De
Right.
is a particle that is basically like a vav with a shava under it at the beginning of a sentence.
But and now moreover, a weak adversative particle generally placed second in its clause with its function can be compared to the Hebrew conjunction like vav, which also serves to connect clauses, often translated as and or but.
Right.
Yeah.
So the Protestant translator has chosen to interpret this, right? Because for the Protestant translator, Moses, righteousness by the law, that's bad.
I see.
Right? So I'm going to put a but because we're going to contrast that with faith.
I see.
But in this particular case, it's pretty obvious on the face that contrasting Moses with Moses and the Torah with the Torah doesn't make any sense. Right?
I generally think that Moses should be read. Yeah.
Right. So this is a more like an and or a moreover.
Okay.
Right. So Moses talks about the righteousness that comes from the Torah, saying you will live by it. Moreover, right, concerning the righteousness that comes through faithfulness, right, Moses says, right, do not say this, right? So the one who does the commandments will live by them, and those commandments are not too hard for you, right? the only change St. Paul makes with his commentary there, his sort of inline commentary, is he's adding the idea that Jesus is the Messiah empowers you to keep the commandments.
I'm
He has
surprised.
revealed the commandments to us in this full way.
Oh, here we go. Well, I mean, the Catholic translations also do, but
Yeah.
so I don't know what to tell you. Yeah.
Because Roman Catholicism does the same thing.
Okay.
How does that resolve the claim of incoherence?
Well, because St. Paul's saying, here's what Moses says about the Torah. The one who keeps the commandments will live by them, right? The mitzvot, the commandments. And then he says, moreover, right, those same commandments in Deuteronomy 30 are not too far off. They're in your mouth and on your heart. And he's just adding the element that Jesus came and taught the commandments and exemplified them in his life and revealed them to us and empowers us to keep them. Meaning it's not incoherent at all. He is completely pro-Moses. He's completely pro-Torah. There is no...
And
I guess
this is why I like Father Stephen's explanations of Christianity much better than the rest of Christianity.
No, I agree. I mean, that clearly that statement is coherent.
Right. Whereas the statement, Moses says this, but on the other hand, you got Moses. Right? Like, that is incoherent, like, by definition, right? So one is a coherent statement by St. Paul, and the other one would be an incoherent argument.
I see.
I have a purring kitty on my lap, but she's not purring loud enough for you guys to hear.
But I thought that was a good example to show you, Jay, when I say that a lot of these problems are brought about by bad translation. Like, I mean, there's an example, right?
Okay. I mean,
it becomes weird and incoherent and problematic because it's translated badly.
I have a whole video, Christian Bibles lie to you. Who was it who said translation is treachery?
Oh, was that Gadamer?
I don't know. Somebody said the translation. It's apparently some sort of Latin phrase that people use. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, what can I tell you? Yeah, it's an Italian phrase, he says. Gideon says, hope you do finish the second thread at some point before I talk tomorrow. I think that will explain to you better where I am coming from.
Communicating via time travel.
Well, so
He's back in the video, I know.
Yeah. I don't like surprising people in our discussions. And so when we're having the live stream, I was like, okay, if I'm gonna sit there and prepare things, which the Constantine thing was like, and I was gonna read the canons of Nicaea, because like I've said before, I'm not sure if it was Paul who turned his back on Jesus, God, and Israel, or if it was Nicaea who turned its back on.
I disagree with both those, obviously, but
yeah, but you're much closer to convincing me that it was Paul, that it was Nicaea,
yeah,
as opposed to Paul.
Yeah,
I've lightened up a tiny bit on Paul, though not perceptibly to most people. I have,
yeah,
imperceptibly. imperceptibly lightened up on Paul. By the way, how's the book selling?
I only get occasional reports,
Updates?
but it seems to be selling really well. I guess Amazon ordered like a record number
Nice.
from Ancient Faith.
I got a text today. Somebody said, somebody wrote me, did Father Stephen write this new book just to spite you?
I sent you a copy.
That's what I said.
Love for you.
That's what I said.
You're responsible for a footnote.
Which footnote, by the way?
I don't have a copy here at hand.
Okay.
But I'll email you the page number.
You sent me a physical copy?
Huh?
You sent me a physical copy? I didn't get a physical copy.
No.
Okay.
You have a physical copy though, don't you?
Yes. I do.
Okay, I was gonna say you waved one around. So
I was waving one around.
yeah.
But there's a difference between having one that Father Stephen sends you than having one.
Well, if you bring it to the Lord of Spirits conference next year, I will sign your footnote for you.
Why, thank you.
May I ask a question to Father Stephen, following up on his the last thing he said? So, okay.
About signing his footnote?
No.
Okay.
Actually, no. So, if Paul's argument is that Jesus allows Christians to follow the Torah more fully, or lead them into observance of the Torah, just like practically speaking, why is it the case that this, the learning, the teaching, the studying of Torah clearly occupies such a central place in Judaism today, more so than it does in Orthodox churches?
Well, I mean, comparing Judaism and the Orthodox Church, I mean, it's kind of obvious. Like, we have the New Testament.
Yeah, but isn't that like
the Gospels, right? The Gospels, right, which are of prime importance to us. But out of the Old Testament, the vast majority of actual Old Testament readings on the liturgical calendar of the Orthodox Church are from the Torah.
Right. And when Paul is describing Jesus leading us into observance, he's talking about like a life of Torah, like including the commandments specifically. I guess I still
right,
see
and St. Paul is always moving back and forth, especially in Romans.
Yeah.
Between the Jewish Christian audience and the Gentile Christian audience. And for a Jewish Christian and a Gentile Christian to whom St. Paul is writing, keeping Torah kind of means two different things. Right? Because there's a lot of commandments not addressed toward the non-Jewish Christians. Right? So they're keeping the same Torah, but for example, for a Greek Christian that St. Paul is writing to, him being empowered in Christ by the Holy Spirit to keep Torah looks like destroying his idols, turning to worship the true God, refraining from sexual immorality, reorganizing his household. Right? There's a whole series of things he's commanded to do and that the Holy Spirit empowers him to do. When he's talking to Jewish Christians, especially in Romans, St. Paul is mainly speaking to them historically and saying, look, we didn't do so hot, right? In terms of keeping the Torah. It's how we ended up in exile. Those of us who were even in exile and weren't wiped out, right? Like many of the tribes were, right? But for him, so when he's talking in Romans to Jewish Christians, he's talking, he picks up this language from Ezekiel about Israel having died because of not having kept Torah, but God, through his spirit, breathing life back into Israel and resurrecting Israel.
But
And
then
he connects that to
won't
the
the
resurrection
Jewish-
of the Messiah. He says the resurrection of the Messiah is the beginning of that and the sign of that. And so that means that now Jewish Christians get a fresh start.
But Jewish Christians ended up also not keeping Torah.
Right. Well, yeah, we all sin. And
But
non-Christian Jews have also continued to have problems keeping Torah.
correct.
Yeah.
But if Jesus is this fulfillment who makes it more possible, right? Then shouldn't a Jewish Christian be more observant of the Torah than a Jewish non-Christian?
I
mean,
think,
no, sorry.
I understand I understand the question. I would say, especially based on, for example, the reputation of St. James, that they probably were until the Romans wiped them out.
That's really
So,
interesting.
but
I mean, no one,
doesn't
non-Christian Jews looked at St. James and said, here is an example of someone who keeps Torah, right?
Right, but isn't that a fulfillment of Gamliel's prophecy that it won't last?
Well, only if you see you're separating off Jewish Christianity and Gentile Christianity as two different things. And St. Paul's whole project is, no, this is one thing with diversity within it.
But then the diversity died.
Well, not entirely.
I would say entirely.
And you also have to read the end of Romans 11, right? Where the way St. Paul understands the providence involved in this is that the reason why all of these people from the nations were coming into Christianity was that there was this purpose that they ought to become saints. They ought to set this incredible example of piety, which would then win over the non-Christian Jews to return. And I talked about this on the last Sword of Spirits, and I said, we've done a lousy job. Right.
I agree with you.
Right? But St. Paul sees that as part of the calling of Gentile Christianity, is to set such an example of piety and godliness and holiness that it causes non-Christian Jewish people to look at it and say, well, maybe he is the Messiah because look at these people, right?
And I have said many times before, if I actually viewed that as being true, that would actually give me a lot more pause than what I have witnessed.
Yeah. So you agree with St. Paul. It's good Jewish reasoning.
There are look, even Paul of Tarsus was not wrong in everything he ever said. And Gideon, I have to agree with you. I think Daniel, although I'm not sure if it's Daniel 9, I do think Daniel is the best attempt at the $5,000 challenge without any question. But the answer I would give you is the precise answer that I gave you, which is it's very clearly like the book of Daniel, which is like, don't go there. Like, do not use the book of Daniel as this is the Messiah, right? Like, and That's
What
why.
part of Daniel 9 is he trying to use for the $5,000?
Isn't it the 7 weeks thing?
Oh, that's what he's doing.
I think so. Isn't let me see. Daniel.
Yeah, no.
Daniel 9 is the is the 7 weeks.
He's doing
Isn't
the
it?
70 weeks and the
Yeah, the 77s.
yeah, no.
See, I out of all of the things people have said, right?
Yeah.
This for me was definitely like, okay, are we talking about the Messiah? Yes, we are talking about the Messiah.
Yeah.
But to say that anybody fulfilled it, right? To me is just like completely undoing like the message of this prophecy, right?
Yeah, no.
For
Now I see what you're saying in terms of, because there were people reading it that way in the Second Temple period. That's why so many would-be messiahs showed up
right
over the course of that century and a half.
Yeah.
So I mean, there were people reading it that way, but it's
well,
I think it's
I'm
hard.
guessing you think it is a prophecy of Jesus.
Well, yeah, but I mean, my question: does it win your $5,000 challenge?
Yeah, that's
how I'm addressing it. Right?
It's
not
it's
what do I think
not,
or how would I read it as a Christian.
It's
right,
certainly
but,
not unique. I mean, it's not a unique fulfillment. There were plenty of people who were supposedly the thing.
Messiah who showed up and got killed by the Romans. Yeah. So since you don't believe in the resurrection, that Jesus rose from the dead.
From
your
Caleb,
yeah.
So Caleb very much so believes that Psalm 110 is the answer, and I just don't see that either.
I mean, Psalm 110 is the key Christian text. It is the most quoted text in the New Testament.
I think that may be why Caleb thinks that's the answer.
But again, yes, everybody sees Christ as, that's talking about Jesus, right? As the Messiah. Christians do, right? From the very beginning. But the way you have that phrase, there just isn't anything. Because as I pointed out to you at one point, right? Like, you don't think the eunucha might be the Messiah because he uniquely fulfills some messianic prophecy.
No, I just think if he were the Messiah, I would be like, that works.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like you're not sitting there looking at it and going, aha, right? He was born on this date, and if you look at this prophecy, right, you're not doing that.
No, I just when I sit there and I listen to him speak words of Torah, it's like, man,
right?
So
which is the reality about the apostles. That's the reality of Christianity, is that the apostles had that experience.
Right.
And they wrote the Gospels and they wrote the epistles.
Yeah. They're like, this guy's a man of God.
Yeah.
Yeah. So standing ovation, like clapping for rabbis, is not a thing in Orthodox circles. Standing ovations, definitely not a thing. I just remember watching a video of the eunucha where he mentioned like he had a novelty he wanted to say, and he gave it over, and it bowled me over. Funny enough, it was about Titus. It bowled me over, and
the emperor.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like the room he was in, just like came out in spontaneous applause, and everybody stood up and gave him a standing ovation. And I was like, this doesn't happen. Like, you don't get. And I mean, at the time he was only, I think, 37. He's like 38 now. But yeah. So we'll see. We'll see who, if the eunucha ends up being the Messiah or Jesus. Yeah. What I don't get is why Christians can't like co-opt him and be like, he's a reincarnation of Jesus.
Because we're not as well. The reincarnation we reject is not the same thing as the Jewish view.
I mean, if
Exactly.
Jesus comes back, he can't come back in like a kind of reincarnation-y way. Like that's
No.
not a okay.
No, it's the
Yeah, because
idea.
you believe he was bodily resurrected. And
No, the idea is that he's going to come on the clouds of heaven as the Son of Man, and
yeah. I don't see him coming as I don't see that. I mean, maybe he might fly back into Jerusalem. Yeah, that's see, Rabbi Mullet says, why is there a binary choice between the eunuch and Jesus? I have less of a problem with Christians being like the eunuch as Jesus than the Christians apparently do. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. But yeah, I think so. Your challenge is kind of coming at it backwards from how it actually works, right? The way it actually works is you hear the person, you think this is the Messiah, and then you apply the prophecies to them.
Well,
when you believe they've turned out to be the Messiah, you don't work the other way. You don't go and like mine for prophecies and then look around at the world and try and find somebody who matches them.
And actually, I think that is part of the problem with Gideon's. So he did a Twitter thread on Maimonides, and I think you're getting at the heart of like ultimately I think he is coming from, but I mean the $5,000 challenge I believe started with Tovia Singer, may have started with another counter missionary, but it was kind of it. I think it was formulated because at least for a lot of Protestants, like you must have seen 150 prophecies of the Messiah that Jesus fulfilled.
Yeah,
right?
That's a very bad evidentialist apologetic. It's based on a really faulty hermeneutic. And
I agree with you.
A bunch of other things.
Father Stephen, what do you think that the so in Acts 17 with the Bereans?
Yeah,
I've always wondered about this, where it says Paul and Silas went to Berea. They preached at the Jewish synagogue, and then it says the Bereans were more noble-minded than the Thessalonians, for they received the message with great eagerness and examined the scriptures each day to see if the teachings were true. And I'm curious, if like what you think their methodology is and how it relates to this discussion, and how it's similar or different than the methodology Jacob's applying.
Well, this is explicitly the Jewish community, because it was the Jewish community in Thessalonica who ran St. Paul out of town before this, right? And they're the ones who would have the scriptures anyway, right? So the idea is that the teachers and the elders of the Jewish community of the synagogue in Berea, when St. Paul came and preached in the synagogue, they didn't just reject it out of hand. They didn't. In the story in Thessalonica, there's a lot of undercurrents of political stuff and influence and money, and it's kind of implying that maybe the leaders of the Jewish community there were not just sort of pure-hearted, pious people, whereas the leaders of the Jewish community in Berea were, is what it's saying. And so they gave St. Paul a fair hearing, and they read the Torah and they read the other Hebrew scriptures to see if the stuff he was saying was true or if he was some weirdo heretic.
And they came to the wrong conclusion.
Right, how is their methodology? I mean, we don't know, I guess, but like, how is that fundamentally different? Is what I'm asking from what the counter missionary crowd is doing.
Well, the counter missionary crowd is mostly correcting a bad hermeneutic on the other side, right? So the faulty hermeneutic is on the side of the people who say, well, I'm going to take a bunch of passages from the Old Testament. I'm going to point out the fact that the New Testament writers present Jesus as the fulfillment in some way of those passages. And I'm going to say that somehow proves he's the Messiah to Jewish people who don't accept the New Testament. So that's a flawed methodology. And so what the Jewish counter-missionaries are basically saying is that doesn't prove anything to us, because we know the New Testament says that Jesus was the fulfillment of those things and therefore was the Messiah. But we don't accept what the New Testament says about that or much of anything else. Right? The New Testament isn't authoritative for Jewish people. They can take it or leave it. Right? That's what I'm saying there, right? So the Berean methodology would be more like if I came on Jacob's channel, right, and said, well, no, St. Paul is Jewish, and here's how he's Jewish. Look, here he says this and this, and here he quotes that, here he does this. And Jacob pulled up, right, the Hebrew Bible and looked at it and said, oh, okay, what Father Stephen is saying has some merit. Or looked at it and said, no, he's out of his mind, right? Like, that's what the Bereans did.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, even if I were to accept all of the facts asserted in the Christian Bible, like, I don't see how the facts that the New Testament asserts are asserting that Jesus fulfilled, like, and that's why, like, learning the word preterist, like Sam Titteman rues the day that he taught me the term preterist.
Preterists are nuts, but that's
true. But
it's like 12 angry Calvinists. Like,
once I knew that word was when I was like, okay, like, Christians aren't making the argument I always assumed they were making, which is that if you at least believe the facts that are asserted by Christians, you end up with somebody who fulfills the Jewish, like, that's why you have the second coming, right? Like, even to a Christian reckoning, like, I think a lot of Jews have this idea, and I certainly had this idea, that Christians actually think that Jesus fulfilled the prophecies of the Messiah already. And, like, as I was like, what's your problem? Like, don't you have a window? Like, how are you
right.
not understanding? Right? And then when I learned the word preterist, I figured out, no, actually, Christians themselves, that's when they say Jesus is the Messiah, they don't mean it in a preterist way.
Yeah, it's on an ongoing basis. Yeah. Yeah. But I would point out, this may not be part of mainstream Orthodox Judaism now, but in Second Temple Judaism, there are a number of views, and they're based on certain passages. One of them is in Daniel, that there is some period of time between the coming of the Messiah and the end, and the resurrection and the judgment and the right. That there is some period of time in between. Now, you can, of course, argue 2,000 years is way too much time, or whatever you want to argue, right? Like, but Christianity is not alone in terms of Second Temple Judaisms in there being some time lapse in there. And seeing there as being a period of time in there.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, there are, coming from my background in Chabad, this has been a painful part of people trying to make arguments which I believe are completely fallacious and have no place. But there are definitely people who will make similar arguments, which I believe is neither here nor there, because, like, ultimately, I will not say definitively, like, there is the Gamliel argument just works so well for me. Like, it's like, I'm not gonna, like, even the whole Jesus thing. Like, I'm not, I am not in any way convinced Jesus could be the Davidic Messiah. For many reasons, I don't think he would be, but I would never set myself up. Like, I wouldn't even bet $1 on it that he's not. Just because that would be an assertion that I know that, which I find foolhardy and unnecessary. Like, if you're gonna ask me, could Jesus be the Messiah? I'm gonna, like, the Davidic Messiah. I'd be like, I have 1,000 reasons why I believe not. Yet, what Gamliel says, like, don't find yourself on the wrong side of the Messiah, which is part of my problem with Paul. It's like, really,
Paul feels like he did because he defied Gamaliel.
well, I mean, you say he defied Gamaliel. I'm not sure all Christians agree with you that it is that.
How many Pharisaic? Well, first of all, he was operating on letters from the chief priests. So if they don't know the difference between a Sadducee and a Pharisee, that's
Which many Christians
more
not.
More fool they. Right? Like, but like, how many in the first century? How many students of Pharisaic teachers got radicalized and ended up joining zealot groups? A lot.
This is true.
It was an epidemic.
This is true.
And so that St. Paul being one of them, I mean, that's not a stretch, right? Like,
it's not a stretch. I can see the argument.
And then he comes to the conclusion that I was on the wrong side of the Messiah. And that was stupid. And that was wrong.
I think I don't see the evidence for it in the Christian Bible. I don't see, like, I haven't seen Paul say that.
Oh, he straight out says that.
He says, I defied Gamaliel.
Oh, no. Oh, I thought you meant the other part, right? He says that in his zeal, right, for the Torah, the tradition of his fathers, he ended up persecuting the Messiah. I mean, he literally says that in so many words.
Well,
right?
Yeah, but at least the Paul in Acts seems to me to equate being a zealous Pharisee with persecuting the likes of Stephen.
Well, I don't think so. He describes it as a zeal that wasn't according to knowledge. That's his phrase. A zeal without knowledge, right? An ignorant zeal.
I think you have a reading of Acts which many Christians would very much disagree with.
Right, but this isn't a democracy, Jacob. We don't take a vote. It's definitely not a Jacksonian democracy where people who have never studied it get to vote.
Which is why I would very much like for you to Judaize the entirety of the church.
So yeah, that's but yeah, no, I mean, I know you keep thinking somebody's going to burn me at the stake, but the book's being very well received as far as I can tell. Other than Protestants who just don't like it because they're Protestants and it kind of wrecks Protestantism if true, right? Like, that's...
Hey, if they don't burn you at the stake, that'll kind of be like Trump winning the election.
I don't know how to feel about that. Did you see the hysterical New York Times fact check of
RFK Jr.? Yes.
On Fruit Loops?
Yeah, everybody's making fun of it.
Like,
yeah.
Talk about... I said that to Father Andrew because I'm always saying, like, the fact that you could get any kind of degree in this country without taking a logic course.
Well, I mean, this has been true for a long time. You read the fact checks, and the title and the assertions are like, I will actually bother and read the fact checks, but the fact checks don't end up. The facts asserted will oftentimes like say the opposite.
Yes.
And yeah, I see lots of people who don't have that, enough of reading comprehension to understand that.
Yeah. Just like one logic course. And then you could just say, okay, read that sentence you wrote again. Like, you're contrasting Moses with Moses. This doesn't make sense. Oh, wait, no. That was another topic.
Okay, Jan God is our pet atheist, and I will answer this question despite the fact it shows that he
friendly troll. He's a friendly troll.
He's our pet atheist, and despite the fact that it shows he has most definitely not read or listened to anything Father Stephen has said.
Yeah.
Because
just send him to my Pajot video.
Just today, I was listening to the Pajot video where Father Stephen was talking about this is a misunderstanding. So tell you what, Jan God, go listen to the Pajot video from the Symbolic World Conference.
I even talk about Nietzsche. So if you're a cool atheist, you'll dig it. Cool atheists are like Nietzsche atheists. Richard Dawkins atheists are lame and weak.
Gideon wants a three-way stream. I don't know. Father Stephen just shows up on my channel when he shows up. Making actual time to have Father Stephen on has been proving to be almost impossible.
Yeah. I'm entering into the nativity season now too. So
yeah.
On top of everything else.
Yeah. But. So you have to wait at least until we finish our Romans 7 stream, and then we can talk. And people have been waiting for that for a long time.
I have to. This is the horrible trial I face in my life tomorrow. I have to drive 2 hours to Thibodaux, Louisiana, to get a shelf. Because I got 2 of these shelves.
Okay.
I need a third one. It has to match and be the same dimensions.
Uh-huh.
And what I've discovered is there are no standard dimensions for shelving. Like every company that makes this stuff makes them different. So you'll have to buy more from them.
Yeah.
And the store I got the other 2 from closed down in town. And the nearest other branch of the store that has one in stock is in Thibodaux, Louisiana. So my OCD is going to force me to drive 4 hours tomorrow.
Somebody's not going to do it for you. You're kind of busy.
I know, but I tried. I don't have any parishioners down there. I'm like, any of you guys anywhere near Thibodaux? No. Yeah. So I almost sent Jules, but
Nietzsche is a cuck. Everyone is agreed. Nietzsche is a cuck.
Okay,
that's for sure.
I don't know. I think that's one sexual perversion he didn't have, actually.
The man still had standards. I'm just wondering people's thoughts on something. I've tried to get Jacob to talk about this a couple of times, but he just straight up disagrees with me, I think, which is the idea that Paul may have been some kind of Merkava mystic, where there's several references to people who, I believe it's within the Talmud that it speaks of this is the having visions of the sacred chariot or anything like that, that if someone mentions it, that it's an offense where you should like attack the person doing it. And in several of the instances where Paul is attacked and when Stephen is attacked, it's once they see the Son of Man riding on the clouds, where that kind of mysticism was said that if you see these things, that the person should be attacked, like within rabbinic material. Do you know anything about that?
In terms of St. Paul practicing an early form of what would come to be called Merkava mysticism,
yeah,
read my book, Religion of the Apostles. But yeah, basically, I agree that he did. But I think the issues of attacking the person, those come later.
Okay.
And Jacob can disagree with me about it. There was kind of a crackdown on Merkava mysticism, and Jacob can correct me if he disagrees with me. But my understanding of that, from what I've read, is that the issue wasn't that this person claimed to have had some kind of vision, is that they were publicly talking about it.
Well, in the instance that I'm thinking of, it's 3 or 4 rabbis who all had an experience. And one, it was positive. One, it drove him crazy. But not...
Yes, 4 entered the Pardes, 4 entered
there it is.
The orchard. One died, one lost his mind, one became a heretic, and one nichnas l'shalom v'yotze b'shalom. He entered with peace and he left with peace.
So it was seen as dangerous, and the reference which speaks of it says that for this reason, it's considered so dangerous that it should not be spoken of.
Right, you don't talk about it.
And that you ought to. It at least says throw the person out of synagogue, but may refer to attacking them.
Yeah,
because some of the wording is very similar to how St. Paul is referred to.
But I don't think that prohibition goes back enough publicly enough to account for, like, St. Stephen.
St. Stephen, no, but 40 minus 1 is a reasonable response to somebody speaking about things they shouldn't be speaking about.
Yeah. Although St. Paul, when he does talk about his mystical experiences directly, other than the road to Damascus, and even then he describes it in a certain way. Like in 1 Corinthians, he always couches it. It's always sort of, I know a man who...
Right. It takes a while before you're like, I think he's talking about himself. Isn't it?
Yeah. So he kind of gives himself sort of some plausible deniability.
I just don't see Paul being educated enough in Judaism to be suspected of such things.
What am I supposed to do with this guy? What I like is if you make a point which he can't refute, he just says, yes, but most Christians don't agree with you on that point. He said it to you earlier, and he said it to me before, and
that's why I point out that it's not a democracy.
There are plenty of things.
Judaism isn't a democracy either. See, so he has to accept it.
There are plenty of things which I would like you guys to convince the rest of Christianity of. I am very much of the belief that there is no one who is wrong 100% of the time.
Oh, that's not true. William Lane Craig. He is fractally wrong.
Speaking of the Trinity, and
not only is he wrong about everything, you could take any one of his beliefs And that belief by itself is just as wrong as the whole thing is. Fractally wrong.
I was listening to Dale Tuggy on whatchamacallit, on Sam Titteman, talking about the new book that Bo Branson and Dale Tuggy and William Lane Craig and
Oh yeah, the Views on the Trinity book. Yeah.
What was this Roman Catholic guy, Christian Wagner, included? I don't know. But it
Yeah,
sounds
where
like
William Lane Craig compared Christ to a cat skeleton.
Was it a good comparison?
So he used to do, when he used to try to explain the Trinity, he used Cerberus, the three-headed dog.
Yes. Yeah. Three minds. Yeah. One body,
like,
three minds.
what? Right? Like, and then, but now he's moved on. Now it's, if you have
That's
a
amazing.
cat skeleton, if you have a cat skeleton, that cat skeleton has the feline nature, but it's not a cat by itself. You have to have the rest of the cat.
isn't this called partialism? Like, isn't it? Hold on, isn't there like a specific
It's a kind of
heresy?
partialism, yes.
Yeah.
But particularly ridiculous kind, because cat skeleton, right? Like, and the feline nature. But
Don't listen, Shadow. We're not going to spin you.
but yeah, so I mean, like, this is what I mean when I say he's fractally wrong. Right? And he gets to atonement, and you think, okay, well, surely. No, he believes in penal substitution. Like, that's the one thing where he's like, oh no, this is the one place where traditional Protestantism is right. Is like the place where it's the most wrong, right? Like,
What can I tell you? I am of the belief that Protestantism is on its last leg. Many people disagree with me.
I don't even know if you could call the thing in the United States Protestantism anymore.
Really?
I just refer to evangelicalism as a separate thing now.
Really?
Yeah, because you compare like an actual conservative Presbyterian or a
Mhm.
Lutheran
Mhm.
to like what's going
The
on in like,
mainline?
charismatic churches,
Oh.
and it's not the same thing.
Yeah.
It's-
The Pentecostals and charismatics, like it's almost a different religion.
Yeah, and like Protestants in Europe and American evangelicals are not the same thing. Like, so I think we need to start talking about evangelicalism as this American evangelicalism as this thing that makes mega churches and stuff, and then and then there's Protestantism, which is the older traditional Protestantism, and then there's Roman Catholicism, and then there's the Church of Christ.
Gideon is claiming that Bo Branson conceded that the Latin view of the Trinity is monarchical.
Well, okay, it depends on what you mean. So they insist everywhere that they hold to the monarchical Trinity.
Yeah.
But then they say things like, we hold to the filioque in a way such that it does not contradict the monarchical Trinity. And you're like, okay, I'm going to add 2 + 2 in such a way that it does not equal 4. Right? Like,
you're talking
got
about
that
the Trinity. Why would you expect people to make sense?
they got that trick, though. They got that trick from the Calvinists, right? That's the old Calvinist trick of, right? God foreordains everything that happens, but in such a way that he's not the author of evil. They do a lot of that in such a way that.
Okay.
Is there a
Gideon wants to fight the filioque now.
Every single Greek father held the filioque. St. Photius the Great, huh?
I don't even know who that was.
I'm sorry, dude, but that's I got to be honest. That's a stupid statement.
Do you
The
have
idea that every single Greek father held the filioque, that is a stupid statement.
Gideon, you're getting called out.
The idea that some of them found a way to use it. I mean, St. Maximus the Confessor, like in his defense of the Latins,
Yeah.
okay, defends them by saying basically they don't really mean and. They mean through.
Yeah.
Okay. So St. Maximus the Confessor, being a Greek father, didn't hold to the filioque. Because guess what the que is? It's and.
Oh, filioque. Oh, and okay.
Well, yeah, you have to concede Photius didn't hold it because the Pope excommunicated him for not holding it.
Hasn't the Church of Rome even said, look, it's just like we were addressing a very particular issue when we added that, and it doesn't. It's not.
They on their side have couched it 1,000 times.
Yeah.
To say they really agree with us.
Right.
Because they kind of realized that the previous Pope was right when he said you shouldn't add it to the creed. Right. And so, like, they've been moderating their defense of it. So coming and making statements like all the Greek fathers held it. That's why I say that's just a dumb state. Like, that's just, I mean, come on, man.
But he's saying
I'm not a Protestant. I'm not going to fall for that.
But he's saying Photius is a heretic.
Right? Oh, he is?
Yeah, Gideon said.
I know. He thinks he's a heretic. Say Photius the Great, he thinks he's a heretic. I know.
So there's no way, just to clarify, you're saying that when Catholics formulate the filioque in a way that preserves the hierarchy of the Father being the sole source, that's still not consistent with. There is no way to understand it consistently with monarchical Trinitarianism. That's what I hear you saying, Father Stephen.
The filioque, yes. The idea that there is a dual procession, or
even
that,
though it
as
originates from the Father.
As Florence said, that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son as from a single principle.
Okay. So not even though the Father. Oh,
for Pete's sake, when Father Eric was on here, and I told him that language, he said he didn't agree with it, and he's a Roman Catholic priest.
Yeah, well, Father Eric has said that he believes that the monarchical Trinity is more in line with the liturgy, and he does not think of himself as being outside of acceptable Catholic theology. But he does
like I said,
not hold of the
Roman Catholic Church has moderated, like, they have it in parentheses at this point. They have it in brackets. They don't make Byzantine churches and Eastern Rite churches use it.
Good.
When they come into authority with the Pope, come under the Pope, right? So the idea that someone from a Byzantine Catholic church would say that St. Photius the Great is a heretic for not accepting it seems bizarre to me, since his own church probably doesn't use it, but liturgically. But yeah.
So was I right when I said like Aquinas was the beginning of the scholastics?
No, he's not the beginning. He's not the first.
Okay, when did scholasticism start?
I mean, it depends on who you want to pick. Peter Lombard, some people pick. You're probably looking at the 9th, early 10th century.
Okay, still 1,000 years after Christianity started.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And there were Greek figures who had scholasticos as an epithet. So there is this weird thing out there that just anything scholastic is bad. That's mostly people who were some kind of Western Christian and they become Orthodox and they think that means becoming anti-intellectual, which it doesn't, but they get confused about that. But yeah, like, and interestingly, if you read what Orthodox bishops and stuff have to say about Thomas Aquinas when they start reading Thomas Aquinas in translation, most of them say, if only he had been born here in the East, so he didn't have all this stuff like the filioque, like burdening him, like he could have been a great like resource. So they attribute all of his errors to just where he was born, right, and where he was. None of them. They don't blame him for any of them, right? They don't like call him a heretic. They don't,
Super random question.
Yes.
So in your book, you mentioned that like Tarsus sided with Julius Caesar.
Yeah.
And I've heard that Julius Caesar grew up around whatever, I guess, Roman Jews. Is that like the full reason? Was there anything else going on there?
What was the occasion for it? It's when he issued the edict.
Oh, of toleration? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you didn't mention...
he actually gave the prominent members, the leaders of the Jewish community in Tarsus were all given Roman citizenship by him.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And then you didn't mention who the Tarsusian, I guess, Jews sided with between
Tarsusian?
Between Octavian and Anthony.
Oh, Octavian.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which is how St. Paul got Roman citizenship, as he inherited it. Probably from his grandfather. I mean, it could have been his father, but it's probably his grandfather. Basically.
Yeah, what I always wondered is how did everybody know he was? I mean, it must have been so famous that when he claims to be a citizen, everybody suddenly believes him.
No, you had a token.
Oh.
There was this metal token, and most people kept it on a thing around their neck.
Uh-huh.
Like a little pouch, so you could prove that you were a Roman citizen.
So people must have killed for those tokens.
Oh, yeah, but they also had your name on them and everything. So, I mean.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. I did not know about this token.
So, yeah. And that's why you have those instances where they just think he's some Jew, and so the Romans start beating him or something, and he points out he's a citizen, and they're like, we're in trouble now.
Another super random question.
Yes.
So why didn't Pompey the Great get like smited with the wrath of God once he entered into the Holy of Holies? Like the other Syrian guy, he got, he saw the whatever armies of God, and he was like, oh no, you got to stop the persecution. What happened with Pompey Magnus? Like.
Yeah, well, I know why I think that. I don't know if Jacob would agree with me or not, but at the time, the reason why a lot of Jewish folks thought that happened was that the presence of God hadn't come into the Second Temple.
Mm.
The signs and the things that happened when the first temple was dedicated and when the tabernacle was dedicated didn't happen any of the times when the Second Temple was dedicated or rededicated. They had various reasons why, like Herod's involvement and the Sadducees, corruption, and all kinds of reasons.
God does miracles when he wants to do them, not on our schedule.
And so they saw Pompey walk in there and not die, and they were just sort of like, well, see, yeah, that proves it. Right? That never could have happened if, never could have happened in the first temple.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a random question. Since it's random question time.
The floodgates are open.
So on the subject of the parting of the ways, in a previous stream, Father Stephen, you said, and I've heard someone else say this recently as well, that in a sense, this sort of schism that we are living with between the church and the non-Christian Jews is part of a legacy from maybe the 4th century, where leadership was trying to draw clearer boundaries between communities. So like Chrysostom in Antioch is addressing the fact that his parishioners are like going to take oaths in synagogues and going to their festivals and, you know, not paying due respect in the church. And it seems to me that in order for the church to make those breaks, like I can understand that as a historical explanation for why things are the way they are. I don't understand how church leadership arrives at the principle, the theological principle, that is required to justify that logistical decision, which is that at a time like in Antioch, where there were many Jews and Christians, that we are effectively saying, like Chrysostom, for example, saying that the Sabbath was always meant to fade away, unlike the other 9 commandments of the Decalogue. And I think it's interesting that in like the apostolic constitutions, which is commonly dated from similar period in Antioch, that with respect to the Sabbath, as far as I can recall, it doesn't even specify that, you know, the Jews in our midst keep the Sabbath on Saturday. It's like, no, there's the commandment of the Sabbath. We rest on the Sabbath, and we also keep the Lord's Day. Can you explain that principle, that seemed like how they arrived at that principle? Because it seems to be in conflict to me with the idea that, hey, if there was a Jewish church, they would still be doing many of the things that are uniquely theirs in the Torah. And let me know if I need to reword that question.
Well, I guess so. You're moving from what happened in our reality, which is St. John Chrysostom is preaching homilies to a big group of Gentiles, right? To a what if, right? And in terms of that what if, I could just as easily ask, what makes you think that if St. James's Church of Jerusalem had endured into the 4th century, that they would have changed what they did?
Well,
I mean, we're conjecturing here, right?
I'm not. I don't see what I'm doing as conjecturing, because again, the apostolic constitutions from that time
They're not from the 1st century.
Isn't it 4th century, like late 4th century?
Yeah, 4th century, not the 1st century.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. No, I wasn't equating them with St. James Church. I'm equating them with a Christian community in the relatively same time and place as Chrysostom.
Right, which they're talking to Gentiles.
Oh, well, okay.
Right, see, that's my point. So the conjecture is
about that, because there was a lot. I thought part of the whole point was that there was a lot of crossover and that lines were being drawn.
Not crossover between Jewish Christians and Gentile Christians. Christianity had become, even in Antioch, an almost fully Gentile phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
And there was crossover between them and the synagogue. Like, non-Christian Jewish synagogue.
So it was not bidirectional?
It doesn't seem to have been.
I see. Okay, that's different then.
We don't have any cases of any of those church fathers or anything addressing like in a homily or something where they turn to and say, "Oh, for you non-Christian Jewish folks here, here's what I have to say to you."
I see.
Positive
So
or negative or any other way, right?
Okay. Okay. So there were churches of Gentile Christians who were keeping Sabbath on Saturday in Antioch.
No,
that's what
there were non-Christian Jews who were keeping the Sabbath on Saturday.
Well, apostolic constitutions, you're saying, was a non-Jewish Gentile community of believers.
If I'm understanding correctly, there were Christians who were still going to synagogue.
Yes.
Who
there were Gentile Christians who
Gentile Christians who were going to synagogue on the Sabbath, and Chrysostom
and other feasts
was saying, don't do that.
Yeah, instead of the church. They were going and celebrating Passover at the Jewish synagogue rather than celebrating Pascha at the Christian church, even though they were Gentile Christians.
But also there was a community that produced the apostolic constitutions where they explicitly describe resting on the Sabbath in commemoration of creation and gathering on the Lord's Day on Sunday.
Yeah, it was the Sabbath. In every country, again, except for us pagans, right? In the
I'm Jewish,
in the quote-unquote Christian West, that day is called the Sabbath. I mean, in Spanish, that's Sabado.
Well, yeah, but what about the whole resting part?
Well, the reality, first of all, the reality in the Roman world was you didn't get one day off, let alone two. Okay, like that's
no, but
unless you were a government employee after Constantine, then you got Sundays off.
But that's specifically what they said that they did. They rested.
But also, the Apostolic Constitutions is written as a frame. It's supposed to come from the apostles.
Okay, it's even more so, I guess. Like,
but they're pretending this is a document written by the Jewish apostles in the first century.
I'm saying, okay, I'm viewing it. You tell me if this is wrong. The way that I'm understanding this as a non-scholar is that the apostolic constitutions are reflecting the practice and beliefs of a community in 4th century Antioch.
Yes, but they're doing that within a frame story of this is coming from the apostles in the 1st century.
Okay. Copy that.
Right. And so there are going to be certain anachronisms, right? And so the important part there for them in terms of their practice is connecting the Sabbath to creation and the Lord's Day to the resurrection and the new creation.
Yeah.
Right. Which is actually what St. John Chrysostom is getting at when he talks about the Sabbath, quote unquote, fading away, is the idea that the Sabbath was always something aimed toward the future, right? Toward the new creation, when there's going to be the shift to the 8th day, right? Like that's the whole thing that St. John Chrysostom is doing. But I don't know what the connection is between this and what Jewish Christianity would have been doing in the 5th century if it still existed.
Okay.
Because what I've said is basically, if we got Jewish Orthodox Christianity back, if there was some mass conversion of Jewish people to Orthodox Christianity, such that there were Jewish Orthodox communities, right, that the pattern of their way of life would probably, and again, I'm not a bishop, and I wouldn't be a bishop for that community, right, but would probably look a lot like the Jewish Christianity of the 1st century and into the 2nd century.
Well, the connection is that I don't think that I think for that to make sense, there has to be an understanding of, like, say, Romans 9, where Paul is talking about the covenants and the promises to the Jewish people as still having merit, as still
He says
right. Yeah. I mean, he
Yeah.
says it, and 100%.
Yeah.
I just don't know if, like to me, this decision, the framework that Chrysostom was operating in I'm not sure it allows room for that.
I think, first of all, you're making the mistake of treating St. John Chrysostom as a systematic theologian.
Well, when
what we have from him are sermons,
wholesale or anything.
No, but I'm saying they're sermons.
Okay, but
that he preached either at Antioch or Constantinople to a particular group. So he's not just opining. Like when I give a homily, I don't talk about the Jews much in my homilies because there aren't any there most Sundays. Right? Why would Chrysostom address this topic?
Because, he does. I mean, I'm not.
Where does he address the topic of what a reformed Jewish Christianity would look like?
I mean, he certainly says in many places he talks about the passing away into a previous age of all the laws that comprise the covenants.
Oh, that's not true at all. That's not true.
I've read it myself.
It's a misinterpretation. That's a misinterpretation of Chrysostom. His whole approach to Romans, he thinks the theme of the book of Romans is that the Holy Spirit empowers people to keep the law.
Well, I mean, he certainly doesn't think it means like the Holy Spirit empowers Peter to keep kosher or something. I mean,
well, because he's talking to Gentiles. So why would he address that?
Because I'm saying he does. He's making theological statements.
When he says to Gentiles, the Holy Spirit empowers you to keep the law. You're assuming.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that.
That he would say to a Jewish community, but I don't mean that you should keep kosher. And I don't understand what your basis for that is. You're assuming what he would say to a different audience.
My basis for that is when he's talking about Peter and Paul, for example, and the subject of the Mosaic commandments and how he sees the status of the Mosaic commandments in the eyes of the apostles. Yeah, he's talking to Gentiles, of course. Yeah, I'm not disputing that. And I'm not saying that, by the way, I'm not saying he's anti-Semitic or anything like that. I mean, I'm aware that he praises, at one point, a lot of people like to leave out, but he actually praises the Jews, their dedication to the Sabbath, closing up their market stalls on Friday afternoon. He's like, you guys should be like that. I forget where that is, but I mean, I can't quote you exactly, Father Shin, but I remember several places I read.
Well, when you're talking about Peter and Paul, are you talking about Saints Peter and Paul at Antioch?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, St. John Chrysostom says there was no real dispute, that they both agreed.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I know. He says it was like an act. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was about table fellowship, not keeping kosher.
I don't remember the exact. Yeah, I don't remember the exact reference. But I remember reading. It's been a while, but there's several references where he does.
A lot of this stuff you have to read really carefully, and you have to read it in context, and you have to understand the audience he's talking to, because it's very easy to quote mine things where it sounds like church fathers are saying negative things about the law, but it's just as easy to quote mine things the other way. Jacob knows this because I send him quotes from church fathers who he doesn't like, saying nice things about the Jews to annoy him.
It doesn't annoy me. It's not
like St. Augustine, he's talking about Galatians. St. Augustine of all people, right? And he says these things, meaning circumcision and the other things, should not be forced on Gentiles. But this doesn't mean that they should be abolished or legislated against for the Jews, because they are not things detestable. They are not wicked things. They come from God. That's St. Augustine.
Yeah, but that's still different from saying that Jews should do it. I mean,
he's saying in a Roman government that frequently tried to outlaw such things that they shouldn't outlaw it because those things are good and not bad.
If Chrysostom makes a statement I'll just ask this last one. Sorry to take up your time, but if Chrysostom makes a general statement that the Sabbath, which is described as an eternal covenant, you should do this for all your generations, yada yada, yada, was never meant to persist. And even if he's saying that to Gentile believers, isn't he making a theological statement that applies to both Jews and Gentiles?
No, the fathers don't make abstract theological statements like that. That's not how homiletics works. That's not how their hermeneutic works. He's talking to Gentiles. He's talking to Gentiles about the fact that the Sabbath, and if it's the homily I'm thinking of, it's his homily connected to Holy Saturday, where he's talking about Christ fulfilling the Sabbath by resting in the tomb. If that's what the Sabbath was pointed at. And then there's the 8th day, the day of resurrection. Right? So I'm not denying that the church fathers say these things. You could quote mine them up all day, right? But none of them are directed at. These are occasional documents. They're not systematic theology. St. John Chrysostom never addresses the issue of what a Jewish Christian community would look like if such a thing was reconstituted. He never talks about it. That's not a thing. And so again, why would, right? Do you think St. John Chrysostom is saying St. James did something wrong?
I don't know.
Do you think he thinks St. Paul did something wrong when he went and offered animal sacrifices at the temple as a Christian apostle?
I don't know. There have been things I read from him, that if I were to take them like in isolation, they would not seem consistent with each other.
And so that's why I'm saying I don't think he would say that. And so all I have said is, if we get Jewish Christianity again, it would look probably a lot like the first round.
I point of clarification. Like from an Eastern Orthodox view, what makes a person a Jew?
Well, that's part of the issue with this question too. For my purposes, when I say it, I'm assuming we had groups, because like we've discussed before, you got to have at least 10 right, adult Jewish males even to form a community, right? So we're talking about groups, not individuals, not an individual walking into a church and saying, I want to join this Orthodox church, right? So we're not talking about that.
Okay.
We're talking about a group of people who are for my purposes, practicing religious observant Jews.
Okay.
Who come to form an Orthodox Christian community. And I'm saying there's no reason why they would be told, you need to stop keeping kosher, you need to stop doing this, you need to stop doing that, because Jewish Christians did all of those things until the Romans wiped them out.
Okay, but let's say somebody individually as a Jew converts to Eastern Orthodoxy.
Yeah. Well, that raises a whole series of issues, right?
Yeah.
If they're observant. If they're not observant, it doesn't really, because,
Okay, let's say they are
we're doing all of those things, right? So, we don't have to figure out who's a Jew genetically or, whatever, right? If you're not religious, if you're an atheist, and you become a Christian, you're an atheist becoming a Christian, right?
Okay.
That's the problem with an observant Jew, like coming in and joining my church right now, is if I required that individual person, if I put it on him as a requirement, if I said you must, right, keep kosher, do all these things, that would end up excluding him from a lot of the life of the community.
Okay, but let's say that person wants to keep kosher.
Right.
Like,
now,
doesn't that exclude
on the other hand,
your community?
I wouldn't tell him not to. Right. But I'm saying I couldn't, as an individual, demand he do something that's going to ostracize him from the rest of the community. as a demand.
Right. But I mean,
but allowing him
would
in
you
his
allow
home
him?
and in
That's
his-
the question.
right? Absolutely, I would allow him to. Yes.
But that would end up ostracizing him from the rest of the community.
Well, I would hope he wouldn't. He would find ways, and we would work together to find ways to try to minimize that.
Mm-hmm.
And everything is people's choice, right? I mean, we basically, the Orthodox Church, it's like observance in Jewish communities, right? Like we have these fasts. There are people in my church who don't keep the fasts.
Right.
Right. There are people in my church who don't follow they're not doing all the daily scripture readings. They're not doing it right. Like we have all this stuff. We're supposed to do it. People do different amounts of it. Right. Some are very observant. Some are not observant at all. Right. I don't come and impose these things on anybody. I don't follow people around at the grocery store to make sure they're following the fasts. Right. Like I don't. Right. I encourage them. I allow them. We set up the church in such a way to help them, meaning we don't like put food out that's going to violate the fast, after services or something. Right. Like, but there's observance levels. And so, yeah, it is an issue. And identifying who's a Jew, especially if they're not observant at all, is a tricky thing.
Well, I mean, and for me, I mean, the question becomes, okay, so if that person's children are I know a lot of Christians believe that being Jewish is patrilineal, which isn't what we view it.
Right.
I was wondering if there is some sort of thought about that.
Yeah, I mean, the Orthodox Church hasn't had a mass conversion of Jewish people anytime recently.
This is true.
So this is a problem I hope we have in the future.
Well,
right?
it hasn't had a mass conversion of a big group of Jewish people from the same community, but there have always been Jews converting into the church.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And in the internet age, there are multiple avenues of support and community, etc.
Right. No, and I told Jacob, I get emails from people now who are like, I'm an Orthodox Christian, I'm Jewish. Right. And I'm sort of like, well, first of all, I'm not a bishop. Right. But when I talk about having a Jewish Orthodox Church, I'm talking about in the sense that there is a Greek Orthodox Church. Right. There is a Russian Orthodox Church. They don't have all the same practices. Right. The Antiochian Orthodox Church, there's Syrian Orthodox, there's Lebanese Orthodox. Right. And they're not like identical. Right. So that's why when I talk about a Jewish Orthodox Church, I'm talking about a community. I'm not talking about individuals. Right. Just like if an individual Greek joins a Russian church, right? There are Greek families who go to a Russian church or who go to an Antiochian church and do all the Greek stuff, even though they're going to an Antiochian church. Right. Now, admittedly, there's a lot more weight to this stuff, right? The Torah isn't just some cultural stuff, right? Like, far more significant than that, right? But I don't know. Part of it is I don't know what the hang-up is. I don't know why people have such strenuous objections to me just like opining about what would hypothetically happen if there was a hypothetical mass conversion of Jews. I think people think that if I say they would do that somehow I'm saying you have to keep kosher to be saved. Jews don't think you have to keep kosher to be saved.
Right. No,
I've never thought that.
I think there are, I have talked to people from Jewish backgrounds who are trying to navigate this stuff. The only thing I've been able to say is I think it's really important to talk to your bishop. I think there's a lot of people who may be navigating this stuff, like, because Judaism is important to them, right? Even if as an individual, like Ron Cooperman, who was watching this channel earlier, he's one of the people who very much believes that he became a fulfilled Jew when because he came from a Reform background, right? And he didn't view becoming a Christian as some sort of negation of his Judaism. And so what I think, I mean, I actually want to speak to Ron about it more. He has really bad connection every time he's come on, and this must be divine providence. I sincerely believe, but like it's a serious question. I think when you're a Jew, what exactly does that mean for me as a Jew who becomes a Christian?
So also, as someone who's sort of in this camp, I think one of the bigger questions is just like, who has the knowledge to speak to this at all? I think there are bishops that are going to have opinions, but practically speaking, Father Stephen, I would kind of think like a parish priest would be better able to weigh, like you're talking about, not wanting people to kind of go to the fringes of parish life. And that's kind of the hard thing to navigate. I feel like a parish priest would be better able to handle that than the bishop of a diocese.
So yeah, if it's an individual person, who's coming to join my community, that would be me and him negotiating that, figuring that out. If we're talking about a whole community,
I see.
Right. So we're gonna have like a Jewish Christian church. A bishop would have to receive that community for it to be an Orthodox church of any kind, right? It would have to be under the auspices of a bishop, and so that bishop would be the one making the final decisions about things, right? In terms of how exactly.
I mean, one thing that I might just throw out there for consideration, because I'm grateful that you've kind of brought this subject up, and I know it's not easy. It's not an easy topic, but I think it's just good for people to know that it's even a subject, right? Like when I came into the church, I made certain decisions about my family because the impression given was like, oh, well, this just doesn't, there is no reason theologically for this to matter at all. And what I hear you saying is, well, I wouldn't tell somebody to do this. I would not tell someone to do this, but I'm also not saying that they're, that in principle, under the right circumstances, that maybe they would make different decisions. So I don't even know that most people are aware.
Yeah. No, I think that's true. And I think that's, I mean, the Antiochian Archdiocese is probably not. I imagine the Russians probably get more Jewish converts than anybody. I mean, my parish is full of Lebanese and Palestinian Christians. So unless you're a Jewish person living in Lafayette and I'm the only church in town, I'm probably not going to be the first Orthodox church you choose to visit, just because of other factors, not that anybody in my parish would be rude to anybody at all or anything, but there's sensitivities there, right? That somebody might not feel comfortable walking in, hearing Arabic, and it's right. They might make certain assumptions. but I could pretty confidently say that none of the priests I know are getting a quantity of observant Jewish converts to Orthodox Christianity. Like right? Like I know a few priests who have received like one, right? Like one person, but I mean, there's not like a lot, and so I think a lot of them haven't thought about it at all.
Yeah, I wonder why this isn't more of a thing in Israel itself. I've always wondered why there aren't more Jewish converts. Like that always, like, I don't understand why there aren't more Jewish converts to Christianity. Like it seems
Israeli law does discourage it. It's not banned or illegal like in Muslim countries, but it is strongly discouraged.
Well, proselytizing definitely.
Well, yeah, proselytizing is illegal. Yeah.
Well, technically, it's not illegal to proselytize to adults, but it's
there's penalties,
close enough,
fines and stuff. Yeah.
It's close enough. Technically, it's legal, but most people don't care that technically it's legal. At the same time, especially, I mean, for example, I doubt you know Teddy. He's vaguely involved with Vanderklay's channel. He comes from a Russian family that had some Jewish ancestry and moved to Israel. So he's last time I spoke to him, which was a while ago, he was going to a Russian Orthodox church, and he doesn't really think of himself as Jewish. I don't know.
That's why I add that observant caveat, meaning they have this sense of identity. These are things they're already practicing.
Are you guys aware of this priest in Jerusalem, Father Alexander Winogradsky Frankel?
Is he the one who does the Hebrew services? There's a Russian Orthodox guy on YouTube who does Hebrew services. And he's been trying to kind of make Russian Hebrew stuff. It's not horrible. I wasn't incredibly impressed. Like it didn't feel like, oh, I see how, it didn't feel like that. But I've watched some of his stuff. If it's the same person I'm thinking of.
Yeah, he's someone, I mean, because you just mentioned Israel. I mean, he's someone in Israel who kind of represents like this confluence of different worlds and is actively engaged in, like inter-religious dialogue with the Orthodox Church and the Jewish community. And he's, he's very much in that. And I wonder if he would have some information about what you're asking, Jacob.
Yeah,
he might have a way of handling. Yeah,
unfortunately, he doesn't speak English very well, if I remember correctly.
No, he doesn't. I've emailed him a long time ago.
Yeah.
He speaks a bunch of other languages, though.
Yep.
Like a lot.
Yeah, it's weird. Similarly, I mean, again, I think this is absolutely God's providence, but Rabbi Sherky, who is an Israeli rabbi who's very involved in the Noahide movement, he doesn't, like, if he were to speak English, like, that would solve a lot of problems. He speaks French and Hebrew. I don't know why God set it up that way. But he did.
Even if I did learn French down here, it'd probably be Cajun French. So, wouldn't know what I was saying anyway.
Yeah. Okay, guys. How much longer are we going to do this? It's been almost 5 hours. Well, it's been 4 hours.
I haven't been on for 5 hours.
You have not been on for 5 hours. Plus, he has the most awesome. Oh, yeah. Actually, Cardinal Pizzaballa, I was listening to. This is what I get for letting my cat play with my printer. Cardinal Pizzaballa, I actually listened to an interview he did, which was very interesting. But it was in Hebrew, so yeah. Cardinal Pizzaballa is actually kind of interesting. He is the Western Rite Patriarch of Jerusalem for the Roman Catholic Church. Obviously, I don't think you guys have cardinals, do you?
No, we have archbishops.
Okay.
So cardinal in the West was originally just a way of saying arch. There were actually cardinal deacons and cardinal priests and cardinal bishops.
Yeah.
But the College of Cardinals basically came into being because Bishop of Rome broke communion with the other patriarchs, and so he needed a conciliar body around him.
That horrible.
Not all of them have been horrible.
So, here I will show you our dear friend. Where is he? Francis recently decided he needed to talk about the need for an investigation to determine if Israel's attacks in Gaza constitute genocide. And my response was, I would give that a lot more credence if he had in any way engaged with the genocide of Christians going on, which he did not. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Frank.
I actually
not even on that count. I just he seems to be being a brand officer, I think, mainly for the Roman Catholic Church now. Like, just wants to issue press releases at the right time and come out on the right side of things. And unveil anime mascots for,
that one's not so bad.
Oh, come on. That is goofy I mean, it generated incredible memes. I'll give you that. But
it's all I care about.
Yeah. You're just in it for the memes. All right. That's fair.
I mean, I don't see anything necessarily wrong with it. Like, they can have an anime mascot. It's certainly not as bad as the 31 Orthodox rabbis, 11 of whom were female, who came out with a proclamation that the Torah morally requires you to vote for Kamala Harris.
Interesting.
Yeah. They were all affiliated with what's known as the Open Orthodox movement. Yeah.
That's your equivalent of Fordham, I guess. Yeah.
The Open Orthodoxy. So there's one guy, Avi Weiss, who is the head of the Open Orthodox movement, and there have been many calls to revoke his ordination, and every time that happens, there's been he has retracted his ordination of females, which for some reason, people think that's a thing. But Colonimus says, imagine Ada Haereses coming out with an anime mascot. Yeah, that's never going to happen. The Ada Haredit they're the Orthodox Jews in Israel who refuse to vote in the Israeli elections because they don't want to participate in idolatry. Hey,
Yeah.
one of the reasons I like the Yanuka is he's affiliated with the Ada Haredit.
Yeah. So the Fordham I mentioned, there are these two Greek professors at Fordham. They're both just the lamest. Well, this is public, so I'll just say rad libs. In the world, one of them is a legitimate historian who still publishes dumb things. Like, one of his proudest editorial moments was the Byzantine roots of gun control, if that gives you an idea. But the other one is like the embodiment of every cringy substitute teacher you had in high school, like in one Greek body. The one who'd have you put your desks in a circle, that guy. Wanted you to think
those weren't cool. Substitute teachers; those were the regular teachers.
Wore sandals. Well, yeah, you're in Southern California, so yeah. And they have this blog called Public Orthodoxy, and Monday before the election, their big story, I think, was a vote for Donald Trump is a vote against the ecumenical patriarchate.
Okay.
To which a lot of people were saying, like, I wasn't going to vote for Trump, but when you put it like that, like, but
people are already getting mad at me. People who don't get jokes will really okay. So this is Gideon saying, I'm speaking tomorrow at 10 a.m. PST with Jacobinites, an Orthodox Jew. And this guy, some people just don't get the joke. Gender non-conforming Hispanic refugee Jew of color criticizing regressive discourses centering privilege, recovering conservative. When you don't get the joke, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. If you can't get the joke, you can't.
Yeah, clearly that's dead serious. Clearly that and Orthodox Jew. Clearly those two things.
I mean, how gender non-conforming do I look to you?
Yeah. Well, it depends. What gender are you? I mean, we got to establish that first, right? And then we can compare your presentation to.
Yeah, I mean, I generally don't self-identify as an Orthodox Jew because I am not. I don't live up to Orthodox standards of Judaism, but yeah. But proud to be brown. Yeah. So you Jewish people, what do you think about Daniel 2:44? I have no idea what Daniel 2:44 is. Do you remember what Daniel 2:44 is?
2:44.
That's
right after it switches to Aramaic, I think.
Ooh, so the good stuff.
Yeah.
Daniel 2.
You just really like that central portion of Daniel that's in Aramaic.
I think it actually ends up in the liturgy, but
okay.
Nach is for girls.
If you want to have exciting scholarly reading, read all the theories and articles and dissertations about why it switches languages where it does.
Oh, I'm sure it's because different authors, of course. Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, sometimes you'd be amazed at the panoply of theories that are out there.
Uvyomahon di malchaya inun yakim ela shamaya malchu di la'almin la titchabal umalchuta la'am achran la tishtikvik tadik v'tasef kol ilen malchavata vehi takum la'almaya. I don't think I understood that. Let's see if I understood that. And in the days of these kings shall the God of heaven set up a kingdom. Uveyomahon di malchaya inun, okay, yakim ela shamaya malchu di almin, which shall never be destroyed. La titchabal, okay, umalchuta la'am acharan, and the kingdom shall not be left to another people. La tishtabak, okay, la tishtavek. Tadik, I don't even know what that word means. What does tadik mean? What happened? Tadik, to break into pieces, fall into pieces. Okay, tadik v'tasif, but it shall break into in pieces and consume kol ilan malchavata, all these kingdoms v'hitakum la'alma, and shall stand forever. I don't know that I have ever before had anything to do with this, but apparently it shows up in the Midrash 4 times. And let's see what the Malbim has to say, because that's how I roll. בעת שיהיו אלה המלאכים המרומזים באצבעות הרגלים, שהם המלאכים האחרונים שיהיו בזמן הגאולה, רוצה לומר מלכות שתעמוד לעולם ולא תתבטל, רוצה לומר וגם לא תעזוב שימלוך עמה עוד עם אחר, כי היא תהיה מלכות אחת לא זולתה, תחילה תדק ותחלוש אותם, ואחר כך תיסף ותכלה אותם לגמרי, והיא תקום לעולם. So his understanding, he's talking about some kingdoms which come from the toes, again, not sure, but it's about haragalin.
The 10 toes, the 10 horns later.
I see.
Yeah.
He says ultimately one king will rule them all, which seems kind of Tolkienish to me.
Well, that's the little horn. He's connecting it to the later vision.
Can you tell I'm not exactly an expert on Daniel? Yeah. Sorry.
No. Can't be an expert on everything.
True. You can pretend you are, though.
Yeah, you can certainly fake it.
Yeah.
But yeah, all those final olives. How you can tell Aramaic.
Yeah, that is actually how I. Oh, actually, the suffixes, yomahon, right? It's mostly the final nuns, I would say. But yeah.
Well, the final olives are definite articles.
Yes.
Yeah. So not a ha to be seen.
This is true. And lots of dalids all over the place.
Yeah.
Okay. I have been streaming 4.5 hours. I think
These are rookie numbers you're putting up here. These are.
I used to stream more, but I've actually been quite busy with actual human beings, which is good.
Yeah.
And
I have to drive to Thibodeau, so I mean,
you're driving there tomorrow?
Yeah.
So you can listen to me and Gideon while you're driving.
There we go.
Yeah. And you'll probably pull your beard out. No? We'll see what he says.
I have a high tolerance. I don't know.
He used to be Eastern Orthodox. I mean, there must be a reason why he left. Actually, I heard why he left. I told you why he left. He left because he thinks the Catholic Church did more evangelism than anybody else, and that's significant for him.
Well, if you count massacre and enslaving all of Central and South America as evangelism,
I mentioned that. I
That's-
did mention that.
they
Okay.
did post rookie numbers. They posted some big numbers.
I am going to end this stream.